Besson. Hello, this is Director DeWolf. Thank you for being here. I am now calling the August 22nd, 2020 regular board meeting to order at 3 p.m. on Wednesday, August 26th, 2020. We live and go to a school in a city that is the ancestral homeland to the Duwamish people, Muckleshoot Nation, and Suquamish Nation. We acknowledge them as custodians of this land since time immemorial. As guests, and in many of our cases, as settlers on this land, we extend our deepest gratitude and respect to their ancestors and elders, past, present, and future. Ms. Wilson-Jones, can you do the roll call, please?
Director Hampson?
Here.
Director Harris?
Present.
Director Hersey?
Here.
Director Mack? Director Mack? Director Mack, I'm not able to hear you yet. I'll go through and then come back. Director Rankin?
I'm here.
Director Rivera-Smith?
Director Rivera-Smith is present.
Director DeWolf?
Present.
Director Rankin? I'm sorry, Director Mack? I'm not able to hear Director Mack, but I do see that she is on the line.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wilson-Jones. We'll await Director Mack verbally confirming she's joining us. Superintendent Junot is also joining us for today's meeting, and additional staff will be briefing the board as we move through the agenda. This meeting is being held remotely per the governor's proclamation prohibiting meetings such as this one from being held in person. The public is being provided remote access today by phone and through SPS TV by broadcast and streaming on YouTube. To facilitate this meeting, I will ask all participants to ensure you are muted when you're not speaking. Staff may be muting participants to address feedback and ensure we can hear directors and staff. The chat function in Microsoft Teams today will not be used for today's meeting. I will now turn it over to Superintendent Junot for her comments. Superintendent Junot.
President DeWolf, I apologize. I didn't respond. This is Director Mack. I was having an issue with my sound. I couldn't hear you all, but I can now. So.
Awesome. Understood. We'll make sure it's on the record that you're here. Thank you, Director Mack. Superintendent Junot.
Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. I know I just have like two quick things. I know the top of mind for everybody right now is a lot of people for their top of mind is just devices. And so I just want to give a quick update on that. All secondary grades 6 through 12 devices have arrived and are being distributed to schools and families this week. This is, of course, in addition to thousands of laptops that were distributed last year. Laptops for grades 3 through 5 will be at schools and ready for distribution next week. And the plan is for most K2 students to receive their iPads the week of September 8th through 11th. These devices will be distributed at each school building. And so schools will contact families directly to let students and families know when they can pick up a device and get help with internet service or hotspots. And so if families are not contacted by their school by September 1, they should please reach out to the principal or teacher. And so there's just a lot of moving pieces around start of school right now, but I do want to share some very, very good news. This is my second item. With very, very good news today about our Seattle Education Association and Seattle Public Schools negotiations. And I just want to first thank the bargaining teams from both SPS and SEA. They have put in so many hours and so many days to make sure we work toward a remote start of the school that's going to be good for students. And so I'm just really appreciative of the endless hours that people put in and the back and forth and just the idea that we can all work together and have some good outcomes. And so I'm really excited about the start of school. But I also have a special guest to speak, Miss Jennifer Motter, the president of SEA, who is also here to share a special announcement. Jennifer, are you on?
I am, thank you.
Superintendent. Yes, my name is Jennifer Motter. I am president of the Seattle Education Association, representing over 6,000 members. And I also am very relieved to announce that SEA and SPS have come to a tentative agreement on a memorandum of understanding on reopening schools this fall. We also want to thank the bargaining team, the SPS bargaining team, as well as our own team members, many members working in collaboration with shared values through this unprecedented and complex negotiation. SEA came to the table focused on health and safety, equity, and flexibility to create the best online learning possible for our students, particularly students furthest from educational justice. SEA respected and listened to families and aligned ourselves with their positions, and we held the district to its aspirations for what they said in their strategic planning. The resulting agreement is just the first step. The hard work to serve our students and families comes next. We will, as an assembly, our representative assembly, be voting on finalizing this tentative agreement over the weekend. That is to be scheduled. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer and Board of Directors. I think this is just excellent news that we can, we have a tentative agreement, super excited about it. It's good for kids, good for our students and scholars and families. And so just super excited to make that announcement. And I hope, and that's it. President, thank you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Juneau, and thank you, Jennifer from SEA. Really, really great. Grateful to hear that news, and I know our students and their families will also be grateful to hear that this is the development we're sharing today. So thank you. We do have a few moments here before public comment begins at 3:15. So with that, we do have some time, and we've now reached the consent portion of today's agenda. So may I have a motion for the consent agenda, please?
So moved.
Thank you for motion.
Second.
Thank you. Approval of the consent agenda has been moved by Director Harris and seconded by Director Hersey. Do directors have any items that they would like to remove from the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor of the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, this motion passes unanimously. Thank you, directors. We have now reached the public testimony. We will shortly be reaching the public testimony portion of the agenda, and it is not yet 3:15. I would ask if any directors would like to give their comments now. In lieu of taking a recess to keep the meeting going, we will then begin testimony at 3:15, and we'll come back to director comments at the end of the meeting. I will likely need to end just at probably around 3:13 or 3:14 to just share some of the housekeeping around public testimony. If anybody is interested in sharing any public comments, board director comments at this time.
I can go ahead and go.
Awesome. Thank you, Director Hersey. Go ahead.
Yeah. Absolutely. Welcome back. So thankful for all of the incredible work that has gone into bargaining. Really excited to hear from President Motter and just what an amazing testimony to all of the immense work that has gone to get this done. So I'm super excited about this. Really happy that we got here. Welcome back, everyone. We have a lot of work ahead of us. I know for us in District 7, I am meeting weekly with our PTA heads to do some real-time problem solving. In addition, I'll be having community meetings coming up here shortly as they are scheduled, especially getting back into school. But if you are a PTA person from your school and you would like to be included on the advocacy around those meetings, we would love to have you. There have been for the past 2 sessions on Tuesdays at 6:30. So you can either contact me directly at brandon.hersey@seattleschools.org, or you can contact the Seattle Council of PTSA to be a part. We would love to have you. Other than that, really excited getting started for my own school down in Federal Way for my second graders. Been in 5 hours of training a day and another 5 for the next 4 or 5 days. So we'll be ready to get started, and just thank you everybody for your time, and looking forward to an amazing start to this very different school year.
Thank you, Director Hersey. Any other directors want to give a director comments at this time? Hearing none, I will also share too that welcome back. And again, just want to say, share my gratitude to the bargaining team and SEA and SPS for coming together and working on negotiations. And the other thing I want to share is that on September 8th, I'll be hosting the LGBTQ community meeting, community call. Information about that will be out shortly, but this is a reschedule from our conversation in July. And that's all I have to share today. So with that, Ms. Wilson-Jones, I'm going to start just slowly going over portions of the public testimony background, and hopefully by that point it will be 3:15 and we can start right on time. So just as background, we are continuing to adapt our meeting processes as we seek to improve our remote meetings, and today we will be taking public testimony by teleconference as stated on the agenda. The testimony list for today's meeting is available on the school board website as part of the agenda posting for today. And for information for our folks listening today, you are always able to sign up for public testimony 8 a.m. on Mondays before our regular meetings by phone or email to the board office. Board Procedure 1430 BP provides the rules for testimony, and I ask that speakers are respectful of these rules. I will summarize some important parts of this procedure, which was updated since we last took public testimony. First, testimony will be taken today from those individuals called from our public testimony list and, if applicable, the waiting list. So only those who are called by name should unmute their phones, and only one person should speak at a time. Speakers from the list may cede their time to another person when the listed speaker's name is called. The total amount of time allowed will not exceed 2 minutes for the combined number of speakers and will not be restarted after a new speaker begins. In order to maximize opportunities for others to address the board, each speaker is allowed only one speaking slot per meeting. If a speaker cedes time to a later speaker on the testimony list or waiting list, the person to whom time was ceded will not be called to provide public testimony again later in the meeting, as there is only one speaking slot per person. Those who do not wish to have time ceded to them may decline and retain their place on the testimony or wait list. And finally today, the majority of the speaker's time should be spent on the topic they have indicated they wish to speak about. At this time, we will hold Ms. Wilson-Jones, if there's anything you would like to provide here as we set up for our 3:15 public testimony time.
Thank you, Director DeWolf. Just a couple of quick logistical notes. If there's anybody who is on the testimony list who has not yet called in and is watching on YouTube, please do go ahead and call in now so that you'll be ready on the line when we call your name. Speakers, please remain muted until your name is called to provide testimony. When your name is called, please be sure you have unmuted on your device that you are calling from, and also press *6 to unmute yourself on the conference call line. Each speaker will have a 2-minute speaking time, and a chime will sound when your time is exhausted. And the next speaker will then be called. I think we're just 1 minute or a little less shy of 3:15, so we might want to pause here before we move into testimony. Oh, it looks like it's now 3:15. Director DeWolf, do you want me to go ahead now?
President DeWolf, this is Director Mack. I'm noticing that the interpreter isn't shown on the screen, and I see some comments about that.
Thank you, Director Mack. I'm not sure why it's not showing up on some people's screens. I will note that I believe the interpreters are visible in the YouTube broadcast. So if anybody's having trouble having that visible through Teams, they should be visible through the YouTube broadcast with the link provided on today's board meeting agenda.
I'm sorry, this is Tina. Just gonna quickly tell you that I have feedback saying that the interpreter is now visible.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wilson-Jones, I think it is time for us to start public testimony. Please start with speaker number 1. Thank you so much.
First up for public testimony is Rena Matasia Walker-Burr. Apologies for the pronunciation. Rena, if you're on the line, if you could go ahead and unmute your device by pressing *6.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry, let me go. Hi, my name is Rena Matasia. I'm a sophomore I'm going to be a junior, my bad, at Cleveland High School. Today we'll be talking about schools reopening.
Rena, we're not able to hear you at the moment. Please, you can go ahead and provide your testimony.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I hear the Zoom call. Okay, I'm lagging. Okay, so I'll start now. As you reopen schools, what real considerations have you made for students like me? And who have you had at the table a discussion and decision? Because we youth who come to review policies, work on ethnic studies, or even put on the inaugural SPS Youth Summit was nowhere at the table. I sadly cannot name one of us. Did you ask us what we need or what schools look like? What was the best time to log on and what we need to be considered? Your current reopening plan looks like business as usual in the middle of the pandemic. I am one of those students who thrived with an exception of math and understand that I need to get with my teacher when the building is closed. Except for being overloaded and swimming with work because teachers did not consider the workload with other teachers, except for teachers not understanding or having an unrealistic view of what our time looks like. We have an opportunity to reimagine what schools look like. We have an opportunity to help teachers truly be our partners in how we learn and what we need to learn. We have an opportunity to build connection to people, place, and the world around us. Ethnic studies cross along buildings so we are not bound by demographics of the zip code in our school by our region or country or world. What I miss most about school is friends and teachers I love and social connection. For everything else, Google is an awesome teacher that gives me trust for learning. And I'm always amazed by what I discover, how we reimagine school to be more look like Google. How can you truly see me, how I learn, and what I truly need to succeed in life beyond SPS? Thank you.
Thank you, Rena.
Next for public testimony is Manuela Sly.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Manuela Sly, President of Seattle Council PTSA. I cede my time to Molly Mitchell, our co-vice president of Seattle Council PTSA.
Thank you, Manuela. So my name is Molly Mitchell, and I'm a parent and co-vice president of Seattle Council PTSA. And to date, families, teachers, and principals have reported to us, our council, they are not ready and have not been given the necessary information about schedules, tech devices, internet access, and support. All of this is a result of a lack of true and authentic family engagement. Superintendent Procedure 4129 was approved back in May 2019 with the following definition. Family engagement refers to school-family partnerships. It's the collaborative interaction between educators and families in activities that promote student learning and positive child and youth development at home, in school, and in the community. Furthermore, the procedure reads, each school in the district shall develop a family engagement plan aligned with their academic goals and/or school improvement plan, and if applicable, Title I services. In actuality, many families have not heard from their schools in a timely manner for the most pressing needs. And I will also add to that, students who are homeless and students who are living in foster care currently do not have a plan for engagement with those communities when we need it the most. Our council is demanding a strong, robust, authentic family engagement plan is put into place. We need you to engage with every single school and community to be ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up for public testimony is Shraddha Shruti.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Shraddha Shruti. I am a math teacher at Garfield High School and was in this past year a racial equity coach at the Center for Racial Equity in SEA and also part of the Ethnic Studies Advisory Board. I am speaking because I was asked by a parent to do so today. I want to speak very clearly to the school board and the school directors that this opportunity has not yet been squandered unless you continue with the plan that is being shown to educators and principals and families right now. I'm not sure what's being waited for. You know, this pandemic has highlighted the inequities that have always been present in our education system. And we have so many times been told, wait, what are we waiting for? Are you waiting for the inequities to be very obvious? Are you waiting for an opportunity where everything has to be gutted and restarted? Are you waiting for a pandemic? Because all of those things are happening right now. So what are we waiting for? Are you waiting for the legislature to change their laws? Are you waiting for the state, the federal government, the local governments to change? Or are you going to be the school district, the school leaders, and who actually listen to our educators, our families, and our students, lift up their voices, not just by listening to them in these listening sessions and forcing us to share our trauma with you over and over again for you to feel inspired and encouraged, only then to tell us it's just not possible or now is not the time. Now is the time. Change has to happen today. And you have the opportunity right now to make those changes, to stop responding to those racist situations that cause these laws that cause these inequities to persist. Please actually listen and respond. No more listening. We need action.
Thank you.
Next up for public testimony is Adele Kulisawa.
Hello, my name is Adele Kulisewa. Thank you for giving me time. My son is a sixth grader at Eckstein and has a 504. My daughter will be a third grader at Bryant and is on an IEP. I'm here to speak to you regarding special education students. I'm advocating that SPED services be available in person as needed by students and that all services and all minutes be administered per their IEPs. The message I received during spring remote learning was that teachers would assess students when they returned and help them get back on track. This will be true for my son and most kids, typical or not typical, but not true for all students. My daughter is described as being a joy to have in the classroom, excited to participate, and socially and relationally mature. I took a leave and worked one-on-one with her when school went remote. Her spring remote learning was a regression of her knowledge, skills, mental and emotional health. She returned to periods of time where she was nonverbal. She would physically attack. She would spend significant amounts of time hiding and crying. At 8 years old, she was peeing herself daily. Students who have significant differences, disabilities, and needs give everything they have on a daily basis to learn. Even if parents sacrifice in order to, or have the privilege to be present at home in remote learning, they are not the specialists that their children need. We seem to be focused on remote learning that will meet the needs of the most while leaving out those who need the most. Those students that we are overlooking will not be able to be assessed and catch up. By neglecting the needs of these students, we are potentially leaving them behind permanently. They may miss out on learnings that they will not ever be able to learn in the future. We are leaving them behind in a way that will risk hospitalization, potentially further their disability, or even harm their life. These students and others that are furthest from educational justice are the students that we should be focusing on first and foremost, not neglecting and forgetting. These students across the district should be having their needs and services met. I understand that you may think that what I'm asking is impossible. People with disabilities and their families are used to doing the impossible all the time. I challenge you to think like someone with a disability and find a way to make this happen anyway. I've also previously emailed this board regarding Bryant Elementary renting out their building and privatizing a public space for the benefit of those with the greatest resources at the expense of those most vulnerable. I ask you again to please intervene.
Thank you.
Next up for public testimony is Sabrina Burr.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Sabrina Burr, and I wear several hats. Most important, mother of a Cleveland High School student, Rena Matasia, who you heard earlier. And I serve as the strategic advisor to the president for Seattle Council PTSA. And what I see from Seattle Public Schools in this pandemic really hurts me. So thank you, Zachary DeWolf, for your work in getting the trees planted for our seniors. And thank you, school board, for the recent policies that you've put place to allow us to do the work. Those are some things to celebrate, and so it brings me hope. We are doing business as usual. We are not honoring policy 4129 or family engagement policy or policy 4110, having a family engagement accountability group that serves the superintendent. Instead, we're sending out letters to community leaders in siloing out family engagement work, asking community to do the work of district leaders, and that must stop. We must have a comprehensive family engagement. Seattle Council PTSA put together a super presentation maybe 4 months back, asking for a braid between family engagement, anti-racism, and equity through every area of Seattle Public Schools. We say family engagement is everybody's responsibility, but who's accountable for it? How do we ensure that we have best practices for it? So right now, we are not doing the work. And we've been trying to do this work for the past 15 years that I've been along your side. And right now, we must be in truth. And we must understand that families are our partners. We're about to send cameras in homes. What kind of internet adequate are we doing? 80% of our teachers are white who have implicit bias. How are we making sure CPS and the police are not now called at home? Our students are traumatized. How are we making sure when they go back into the buildings, we take care of the emotional care that we cause for them? Work with us. We're here to be your partner, but we must stand on truth and build on these policies that you guys have just signed off on. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Next for public testimony is Chris Jackins.
Hello, my name is Chris Jackins, box 84063, Seattle 98124, on the revised transportation service standards. 3 points. Number 1, when Denny was built on the South Campus, the city imposed a condition that required the start times to be staggered. Number 2, the action as proposed last Friday would have made the start times the same, violating the law. Number 3, I pointed this out, and the start times have now been changed. Thank you. On Resolution 2020/21-5 racial imbalance analysis for Kimball Elementary. Last Friday, the racial imbalance analysis was not attached to the report. I pointed this out, and the analysis has now been attached. Thank you. On the personnel report, 3 points. Number 1, Larry Dorsey, Manager of Safety and Security, is retiring. I wish to thank Larry Dorsey for his good work. Number 2, Ted Howard is leaving as Garfield Principal. I wish to thank Ted Howard for his good work and also pass along regards to his father, who served as Cleveland Principal. Number 3, my thanks to Mike Lamont, excellent science teacher at Whitman Middle School, who is leaving the district. On the co-construction contract, the original co-school was destroyed by fire when the district was doing construction work on it. Please make sure that the new contract is not with the same company. My best wishes to all of the public speakers signed up today, and a special hello to one, a past president of the Rainier PTSA. We went to court together to appeal a prior board decision, and we won. Thank you.
Next up for public testimony is Sarah Igawa.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you,
Okay,
Sarah.
great. Okay. Hi, my name is Sarah Igawa, mom to a first grader and a third grader at Maple Elementary. My kids attend a global majority school in Southeast Seattle where the majority of families speak a home language other than English, and I have seen firsthand the huge disparities that exist in families' access and engagement with remote learning. I'm closely connected to the Spanish-speaking families at Maple, and they have been most impacted by lack of devices, reliable internet, tech literacy, and severe isolation, as well as bearing a heavy burden of the economic impact of COVID. What does my community need right now? They need information in a timely manner in a language they understand. Just this week, I have had 2 different Maple ELL parents ask me if kids are starting the year remotely or in person. Obviously, something is not working with communication. These families need devices, reliable internet, and tech support in their home language. Just giving a device to a family that has never had one is not enough. They need someone to walk them through basic tech literacy. One Maple family had a donated Chromebook sitting unopened at their house for weeks because they had no internet and didn't know how to set up the laptop. They also need a clear, consistent system set up for communication with schools and teachers. Many parents are fearful of the learning their kids have missed out on since March and feel unprepared to support them this fall. They need to be able to communicate with teachers regularly, have a safe space to ask questions, and know that caring adults from the school will be checking in on them. This is more important than keeping up with curriculum or meeting standards. Families need educators who are trained in anti-racism and anti-bias so that students and their families can be celebrated, supported, and lifted up during this time. We need to see families and their home and their culture as an asset and something that we can build on while students are learning from home. I know that you will be voting on the school calendar today and ask that you ensure that students farthest from educational justice are set up with the tools they need to fully participate in remote learning before we start the school year. I ask that you live up to your promise to prioritize those furthest from educational justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next for public testimony is Marina Gray.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, thanks. This is Marina Gray, and I'm a community advocate, and I've been a parent of students in Seattle Public Schools over the past 15 years and have a current rising 7th grader. Today, I want to talk about how we are accommodating and centering the needs of our students who have not been historically seen, honored, or served in our public school system. To this end, right now, I'd like to advocate that we are ensuring that asynchronous learning is available on all work and assignments through recordings and other sources for lessons. This also better accommodates our educators who are parents who are also having to navigate all of this complexity at this time, in addition to our families and students who are in situations where they may be needing to provide childcare for younger siblings, don't have parent support, or have connectivity issues. I'd also like to recommend that we provide small group instruction and support and in-person instruction where it's safe and appropriate, because there are students who do not have access to education in non-in-person environments. We also, I would recommend we make connections and do check-ins with our students and families to build relationships. Connections are most important right now at this time, especially with all this isolation. And then I also recommend that we would loop where possible to maintain existing relationships, because kids starting off their new school year with brand new people is going to create an even larger barrier for them to connect and access their learning. I'd also recommend that we don't force engagement on tech platforms at this time, because we don't know what the students are going to have going on in their home environments. We need to learn more about them to find out what's meaningful engagement for them and what barriers they may be experiencing, and then help and empower and support them to overcome those barriers. To that end, I think we should also place family support workers or something similar like social workers, and of course, counselors in every building. More than anything right now, our students and families need to be supported in this time of challenge. And lastly, I'd like to ensure a flexible attendance policy and standards for online engagement. Please don't penalize our students for their family circumstances. Thank you for your time.
Next for public testimony is Carlina Brown Banks.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. As a former parent of an alumni from Rainier Beach High School, I would like to cede my space to a current parent, Hodan Muhammad.
Please go ahead and provide your testimony. If the person who had time ceded to them is on the line, please go ahead. Carlina Brown Banks, do you want to go ahead and provide testimony? I'm not hearing from the person you had ceded time to.
I just had to unmute myself. Thank you. I'm sorry. I was assuming that, hold on, I don't know. I can't see if she's on the message or not. I'm getting text that she is. I apologize. Mainly, I will just go ahead and make my comments that I really would like to see that the school board, that at Seattle Public Schools would make more transformation ways of your family engagement policies and practices. I know that in relationship as a regional parent leader and now seen as a family engagement expert in our region, is that the one and most important thing to do with family engagement policies and practices is to make them transparent, and that both sides are seeing what is happening. That when I mean by both sides, that their internal structures within school buildings and districts, as well as the external structures within families and communities. I do believe that this is a point of contention within Seattle Public Schools, but I would encourage you to be to be transparent in those processes. And I thank you and apologize for our shortfall today. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
Next for public testimony is Shira Cole. Shira Cole. If you're on the line, Shira Cole, you may need to unmute either on your phone or by pressing *6. Moving to the next person on our public testimony list then, Sabrina Sly.
Hi, I'd like to cede my time to Sunita, who is a student at Garfield High School.
Sunita, you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sunita Dargo. I am a sophomore at Garfield High School, and I would like to express my feelings on the matters of the schedule. I dislike and feel uncomfortable with the lack of urgency to create an actual plan to reassure students that this will be a successful year. This has left me very flustered and unsure of what to expect of this new school year. Also, I would like to say that it's very irresponsible of you to allow kids to go through this stress and how it will affect their mental health due to your failure to make decisions. Even I, the so-called smartest student in the class, was having a hard time due to the lack of structure and communication from the school and the teachers. My classes weren't engaging, and I didn't feel I was learning anything. I was only given assignments with little info and direction. My fear is we are going to repeat this, and it seems that there's a lack of urgency to plan these things for students, and that is unacceptable for me. And if I may be so bold, it is unacceptable for all of the students and families living in Seattle. Thank you. I need the rest of my time. Thank you.
Next for public testimony. Oh, next for public testimony is Amijah Smith.
Hello?
Next, is this Amijah Smith? Next on the list for public testimony is Amijah Smith. Amijah Smith, you may need to unmute. Moving then to the next on the testimony list, Flora Ibarra. Flora, are you on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Is this Flora?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Flora Ibarra, and I have 4 children graduating from Seattle Public School. Now I am a grandmother. Being an ordinary parent, I came to be advocating for Latino parents for the Seattle Public Schools. Parents who came to me on this COVID-19 time and asked me for help. When we know that is your job to support every family and every student. Superintendent Juneau, we need a real and a good plan for our students. We need an authentic family-parent engagement because the one that you have is not working for us. I have many Latino families very concerned about how we're gonna go and support our students because we don't have any help from the district. Parents, we don't have the skills or the tools to support our students. Our students don't have the device and access to the internet because our financial situation. So what we wanna do? What do we wanna do? What do you want me to do to support those families? My responsibility is serve my community, but how can I do that when I don't have any resources or information to support them? We are living in a very hard time. Please listen to us. We need to, and we asking to be included in all the decisions that you make it. We all parents deserve respect and all the information, and we need to see the transparency about how you been making all the decisions for our students when there's concern about reopen schools. I am not the only parent who are concerned, but how can we work together? Because at the end of the day, todo lo que queremos es una buena educación para todos nuestros hijos. Thank you. Gracias.
Next up for public testimony is Iris Viveros.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Iris Viveros, lecturer at the University of Washington and former Seattle Public Schools ELL employee. During my time at Seattle Public Schools, I witnessed the struggles facing the ELL community and the way racial hierarchies and institutional racism made it almost impossible for families to navigate the school system. 10 years later, and in the middle of a pandemic, I realize not much has changed and that there is still work to be done. As a community liaison through the city of Seattle, I'm currently helping minoritized communities to stay afloat during this pandemic. For those with school-age children, one of the many barriers is the lack of communication and useful information about childcare, technology, school plans, etc. On behalf of those I have the privilege to serve and work with, I implore you immediately engage and prioritize those families, ELL, immigrants, people of color, and those who are, quote unquote, furthest from educational justice. Thank you.
Next for public testimony is Angela Griffin. Angela Griffin.
Hi, I am Angela Griffin, the Executive Director of Launch, which is an organization that has been providing school-age childcare solely in Seattle Public Schools for more than 43 years. The reason this partnership has endured and deepened over the years is because we are united by a common goal, which is to do whatever it takes to ensure that all students have the support they need for success in school and life. According to a detailed childcare industry assessment report released by the Washington State Department of Commerce this week, before the pandemic, over 500,000 children in Washington did not have access to licensed childcare. Lack of accessible, affordable childcare affects parents' job prospects, productivity, and career decision, with different impacts reported across incomes, races, ethnicities, genders, and areas of the state. And nearly 1 in 5 parents surveyed turned down a job offer or promotion due to childcare issues, more often among Black and Native American parents. I know you and the rest of the Seattle Public Schools staff understand that childcare is so much more than just daycare or babysitting. Childcare providers are a key partner of schools and families. Our programs include daily enrichment activities that complement what's learned during the school day, social-emotional skills development, and homework support. This partnership is even more vital during remote learning. Not only do childcare providers support families in desperate need of care so they can work and earn a living, but providers also play a key role in ensuring student engagement and participation in district distance learning. It is important the district recognize this vital partnership and continue to work with us to meet the needs of students and families. In particular, I want to acknowledge the email childcare providers received on August 24th from the Office of the Superintendent and Department of School and Community Partnerships. In that communication, it was recognized that inadequate public funding for childcare is a national and local crisis. There was also an offer from the district to partner with childcare providers on advocating for more funding at local, state, and federal levels, and we look forward to the action being put behind your words. Now is the time for us to work together to create public-private partnerships to find creative solutions that ensure families have access to affordable care and providers have the financial resources needed to provide high-quality learning programs. And as a former school board member, I hope that as you sit on your side of the table, that you are really listening and taking notes and prepared to respond to all that has been shared with you today from all the people who have taken their time to address this board. Thank you very much.
Next for public testimony is Janice White. Janice White.
Hi, I am the president of the Seattle Special Education PTSA. Our PTSA is starting strong. We're finishing a series of 15 webinars with presenters from OSPI, the ARC of King County, the Herring Center at UW, Microsoft Education, Washington Autism Alliance and Advocacy, the Down Syndrome Community of Puget Sound, Seattle Parks and Recreation, and more. We will be posting materials and recordings on our website, so the information will be available to those who are not able to attend live. Our summer membership meetings have set attendance records, and we are planning monthly meetings during the school year to support caregivers and teachers of the over 8,000 students receiving special education services. We also want to thank you for your consideration of our letters raising questions and concerns. As we face the start of school, we hope to hear specific information about questions that we and families of students with disabilities have been raising, including how will general and special educators collaborate to provide special education services and accommodations during online learning? How will related services such as speech, occupational, and physical therapy be provided? How will students with disabilities be assessed at the beginning of the year to determine their need for recovery services? And how will those recovery services be provided? Our next meeting is on September 15th. We are inviting the directors of special education to a listening session so they can hear from families and teachers about how the first days of school have gone, what has worked and what hasn't. We welcome other district staff to attend to hear from our community. Students who receive special education services are general education students first. In all the challenges of this pandemic and online learning, our students must not be left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, oh, sorry. Next for public testimony is Benson Wilder.
Hi, my name is Benson Wilder. I'm the PTA president at Leschi Elementary, and I'm a member of our parent equity team. At the July 8th SPS board meeting, we had more than 20 family and community members from Leschi offer testimony regarding the reassignment of Principal Lisa Moland and the complete lack of communication from the district up to that point on this issue. July 8th wasn't the first time you'd heard from us, nor will today be the last. In addition to what we see as unfair and inequitable treatment of Ms. Moland, and as yet another example of enduring institutional racism, we've pointed out that the actions leading up to and following this decision are not compatible with SPS policies, among them 0030 on educational and racial equity, and 4129 on family engagement, as described by Ms. Mitchell earlier. The superintendent and other senior district officials, along with the board, have received multiple letters to date from families, community partners, and the Leschi Community Council. And we appreciate the sympathetic ear that some of the board members have offered, but note that to date we still haven't received any direct response or acknowledgement from anyone in SPS leadership. We understand and appreciate that individual HR matters are confidential, but there's a broader context here that must be addressed. If this can happen in our school community, what will prevent it from happening in another? We also understand that these are trying times, to say the least, for SPS and every public school district around the country. But it is also more important than ever to create and reestablish trust in our public institutions, especially as we work as a society to dismantle systemic racism in all its forms. That trust can only begin to be built with communication. We appreciate the engagement of board members, including Directors Hersey, Hampson, Rivera-Smith, DeWolf, Mack, and Rankin. If I can paraphrase Director Rankin from her comments at the end of last meeting, we have to stop doing this to people. And she also said it's not always what happened, but how it happened. We would argue that in this case, it's both what happened and how it happened. We look forward to meeting with the superintendent as we've requested and working with SPS leadership and the SPS board to ensure that the words in your own policies are translated to tangible action. Thank you.
Next for public testimony is Lisa Lotus. Lisa Lotus. Lisa, if you're on the line, you may need to unmute. Lisa Lotus. Next then for public testimony is Rachel Oppenheim. Rachel Oppenheim. Rachel Oppenheim. Moving down the list, Michelle. Oh, sorry, Rachel. Apologies.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Rachel Oppenheim, and I'm a parent with 2 elementary-age kids in the Seattle Public Schools at Madrona Elementary, and we're 2 working parents, and our family has relied on childcare providers to manage this summer. I'm here to urge the school board and the district to work with childcare providers, such as the launch representative that we heard earlier, to ensure that they have the space, resources, and support they need to serve all of the families that need care this school year. As you know, remote learning will disproportionately affect certain families, including those with caregivers who must work outside the home, such as essential and frontline workers. Child care providers offer an incredibly important service to those families and have been operating safely and effectively since the pandemic began. However, they need the support of the district in order to provide the wraparound care that families need. The support needed from the school districts includes providing access to school buildings, access to food and nutrition services, access to technology, and collaboration with academic services so that students are provided with the learning that they need. I am urging you to collaborate with childcare providers so that they are able to serve the families that will need care this school year, families that will otherwise be further marginalized by the realities of remote learning. Thank you.
Next is Michelle Reese. Michelle Reese.
Hi, this is Benson from Leshai. Ms. Reese said she was not able to attend. She's traveling right now. Lisa Lotus is trying to get on. She was having a technical issue, but I'll let you proceed.
Lisa Lotus, are you now on the line? Moving on then to our waitlist, Balvina Cortez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, is this Balvina?
This is Balvina Cortez. I have the privilege of being a stay-home mother to a kindergartner, 9th, 10th, and 12th. Pretty much got them all covered. I'm bilingual. I'm a college-educated and tech-savvy individual. I started to use my privilege to make a difference and to serve as a bridge between the Spanish-speaking community and the school, because I feel that the district, prides itself from being into equity, but it wasn't reaching this group of parents. So when that group of parents reaches out to me with questions, whether it's schedule or technical, or how does this platform work, or where can I get this resource, I'm confused and I don't know how to help them. I don't know what's going on. I don't know the answer because no one really knows the answer. I'm dealing with my own struggles trying to navigate the IEP because my kindergartner possibly needs one. I feel like I'm failing my community. I'm failing those parents that look to me for guidance. You have an agenda full of people telling you the needs of the community. Don't just hear our struggles, really listen and continue engaging us. I strongly agree with, in second, Sabrina Burr and Iris Viveros, 100%. Family engagement, please. That's the only way you truly will get feedback from all families and truly be prepared. Also, don't reinvent the wheel. There's other districts that you can learn from and take the good and the bad and structure it. Yes, we have a large school district, but we also have that many more resources. Thank you.
Next for public testimony is Ricole Johnson. Ricole Johnson. Is Ricole Johnson on the line? Next then is Olivia. Oh, is this Ricole? Who's?
Hello, this is Lisa Lotus. I'm actually on now. I was supposed to be a person before.
Director DeWolf, do you want to step back to Lisa Lotus?
Yep, I think we should do that. Thanks for joining us, Lisa. Ms. Wilson-Jones will start the clock.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you're willing to hear me. I am just calling to just reiterate the need for transparency around your policies 0030 and this upcoming 0040, which I understand 0030 was approved but never organizationalized in terms of recruiting, hiring, and retaining diverse and diverse leadership staff in terms of Black and Brown principals and administrators. I'm a parent at Leshai Elementary, and our principal, first-year principal, was removed, and I believe fairly rashly in terms of being able, in terms of what the community new about this situation in the middle of a pandemic. Yes, I know we've moved on. Yes, I know there's a new wonderful principal at the school. And I'm also wanting to restate the fact that there are a lot of hurt feelings. And we're still really sore as a parent community. We have not, I don't believe we've been very respected as a group of people that are stakeholders in Seattle Public Schools, because our children are being educated by the district. We were not met with inquiry and to how, I don't believe it was very respectful from the district or the board when we approached you all this last month. Am I up?
Yes, thank you, Lisa.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate you.
Next for public testimony, Recole Johnson. Are you on the line now? Moving on then, Olivia Neal Howell. Olivia Neal Howell. Next then is Natasha Marsh. Natasha Marsh. Moving down, Whitney Howe. Whitney Howe. Whitney Howe. Moving next to Asia Corbray. Asia Corbray.
Am I still muted?
Who is this? I'm sorry.
Sorry, this is Asaya Corbray.
Thank you. Go ahead with your testimony.
Thanks. My name is Asaya Corbray. I'm a housing developer with a nonprofit affordable housing developer, the Low Income Housing Institute. I just wanted to take just a few minutes today to point out a couple of potential opportunities for low-income families in the Seattle Public Schools, with children in the Seattle Public Schools. The first development I'd like to introduce is Sandpoint Cottage Community. This is the development of 22 individual cottage units in Magnuson Park, located at 6343 Northeast 65th Street. Pre-leasing and completion and construction for this project is slated towards the end of 2021, towards December of 2021, and this will provide 22 units for individuals and families making at or below 40% of the area median income, with estimated rents anywhere from $800 to $300. And I will point out that these numbers are subject to change based on the year that the project enters service. The next opportunity I wanted to present is New Hope Family Housing, and this project will be going in for funding this fall. If funded, this project would start construction in October and provide studio 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units for families and individuals making less than 50% of the area median income. You can look on lihi.org, that's lihi.org, for more information. Thank you.
The final speaker on today's list is Kayla Epting. Kayla Epting.
Hi, I'm Kayla Epting, and I am a parent at Garfield High School, as well as the incoming PTSA president. And just want to talk a little bit about what I feel is the lack of transparency with this actual technology rollout. We are hearing time and time again that people don't have access to technology. They don't have access to the internet, and we aren't seeing real numbers to quantify like what the district is actually providing, where we are as we're heading into 2 weeks into school, like how many kids actually are ready for that first day of school. And I think that that just isn't good enough, that we've had 7 or 6 months to kind of get a handle on this. And we have kids that are going into school and they're not going to be ready and they're not going to have the resources and the things that we need. And that is absolutely unacceptable. I also want to touch on all of these meetings that I feel like have been thoughtful with BIPOC families. I think it's a wonderful idea, but we are sitting and we are patiently waiting for real and meaningful change. Like many on this call have said so far, this has been business as usual for SPS, which is these conversations and this us kind of, pushing forth our trauma and putting it on display as communities of color to the district, for them to just use it kind of as an ornament to say we listened and do nothing to move forward. And so I just urge you to actively listen and be an active participant in really having some of our the family engagement policy as well as the equity policy really come alive for folks, BIPOC folks in our district. Thank you so much for your time. Have a wonderful day.
That was our final public testimony speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson-Jones. That concludes our public testimony for the meeting. Thank you to every one of you for joining us today and sharing your public testimony with the board. With that, we will now move to items. With that, we'll now move to the action item on today's agenda. As we move through these items and later the introduction items, I will first call on committee chairs. Then I'll call on the remaining directors alphabetically for questions and comments. So with that, we'll now move to.
This is Ricole Johnson.
Hi, Ricole. We've actually moved on from public testimony.
Yeah, I wasn't able to get through. I apologize.
Thank you, Ricole. We will now move to action item number 1, which is approval of the revised 2020 through 2021 transportation service standards, ridership eligibility, and approval of the revised 2020 through 2021 school year calendar. May I have a motion for this item, please?
This is Director Hampson. I move that the school board approve the recommended transportation services standards for the 2020 to 21 school year by deleting Appendix B, which lists transportation arrival and departure times and start-end times for each school, and authorize the superintendent to implement the standards with minor modifications as needed. Approve the revised school start times and end times listed in the background section of this board action report, and approve the recommended revised school year calendar for the 2020 to 21 school year by changing the first day of school to September 4th, 2020. Immediate action is in the best interest of the district.
Director Harris here, second the motion.
Thank you, directors. This item has been moved by Director Hampson and seconded by Director Harris. This item did not go through committee and is on the agenda for introduction and action today. And as background, directors, all directors participated on the call yesterday to discuss this topic. And so thank you to directors for being available yesterday to kind of go over this item. As of now, I will turn this over to Chief Human Resources Officer, Dr. Clover Codd, as well as Chief Operating Officer, Fred Podesta, for an additional brief to the board. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Clover Codd, Chief Human Resource Officer. So what you will see in this calendar, should you approve it, is 2 additional what we call waiver days that we would need to ask the state for a waiver in order to provide our staff with 2 professional development days in addition to what's already been bargained at the start of the school year. This would push the start of school to September 4th. The last day of school remains June 18th, 2021. The holiday breaks, etc., remain the same. And I will open it up to see if you have any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Codd. So we will start this in alphabetical order, beginning with Director Hampson.
I guess I would just ask if we had a lot of questions yesterday, and so I'd like to ask for any updates that you want to provide at this time for those that might not have things that either didn't show up in the bar, or just for the sake of the public hearing, things that were brought up and need to be clarified for today's motion.
Sure, Director Hampson, I'll see if I can try. My colleagues might also need to chime in. So one of the questions directors asked is, so we know you can apply for waiver days as long as you can meet the minimum instructional hours, the average of 1,027. The question was, well, can you apply for a waiver of those instructional hours? The answer to that question is no. RCW doesn't allow for that at this time. So I don't know if Chief Greg Narver or anybody from the legal department wants to add to that, or if you have additional questions, but that was one of the main questions you had asked me. You had also asked questions of the teaching and learning team about technology devices and when those will be deployed and what the plan is for students on September 4th, should they not have a technology device. And for that, I would need to turn it over to my colleagues to answer those questions.
Superintendent Juneau or Sherry, if you'd like to chime in here, I know that I'll send questions to answers if you'd like to just elevate and clarify for Director Hampson. High level background.
Sure, Chief Berge, this is Sherry Cox, Chief of Staff. Chief Berge, do you want to talk a little bit about the tech distribution plans that we shared with the Board of Directors, but we can share here publicly?
Sure, I don't have it right in front of me though. So the tech distribution plan, secondary schools, so grades 6 through 12 have their devices in their schools. There may be a little bit of shifting in the district as we reallocate computers from one school to the next, but that's been happening this week and should be finished up. Next week, the laptops for grades 3 through 5 will be out at those schools, able to be deployed by the schools. And then we anticipate having devices for grades K2 the week of September 8th. I'll pause for any other questions.
Director DeWolf, President DeWolf.
Excuse me. Yes, Director Harris. Sorry, just trying to unmute myself. Thank you for those answers. Director Harris, to you.
Okay. Well, one of the questions that we had some fairly robust conversation about was the school start time for K through 8. And I'm contemplating making a motion to have K through 8 schools start at 9 a.m. Can we talk about whether or not the tentative agreement with SEA addressed that yesterday after our work session, and where we are on that, please? Thank you.
Director Harris, this is Clover Codd again. So the tentative agreement with Seattle Education Association does not address bell start times. Those are voted on by the board. That's not in the TA. And I believe that's the next topic on the agenda, is to talk about the transportation standards and bell times.
This is Chief Cox again. Chief Jesse, do you want to talk a little bit? I don't know if you want to jump in here and talk a little bit about the conversations that you had with our K-8 school leaders regarding start times?
Yeah, sure. Hi, White Jesse, Chief of Schools at Continuous Improvement. So we've, been having ongoing conversations with our principals as we, went into the summer This I had talked to yesterday's based on the conversation. I just wanted to reiterate and come cycle back to them on that. I had specifically talked about start times. They had reiterated again yesterday that most of them had preferred that we start at 8:30. Most of their students are elementary across our K-8s. And so they wanted to be aligned and start that time with them. And a couple of them just didn't really even have an opinion because 30 minutes was not something significant in their viewpoint. And they're not hearing from their families.
Thank you. Any additional questions, Director Harris?
Well, yes, I would ask why that information then wasn't reflected back to the board yesterday afternoon. And I'm curious as to which schools, were all of them contacted? Chief Jesse?
Yes, I worked through PASS. And so, yes, yep, there's a principal group. They were met yesterday. They were meeting anyway. So that's why I followed up with they did get all followed up with on that particular topic. Yesterday, I did not communicate all of that. I'll take ownership of that, but I unprecedented to jump into all that detail. I didn't know if where that was exactly going because I just again unprecedented about the start times for getting into the differences on the amount of time for the 30 minutes. So the consistency is what we did hear from the families, and that's where I wanted to make sure that my comment was grounded.
Thank you, President DeWolf. No further questions, but I must say I'm disappointed not to get real-time feedback, given the amount of robust, thoughtful conversation.
Thank you. Director Hersey.
Yeah, I think Director Hampson actually had a couple of more questions, so I'm going to cede my time to her because I do not have any additional questions on this.
Understood. Director Hampson. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to skip over you. Yes, we can.
No, it's fine. It's just hard to get, it's like a 5-second delay to unmute on the phone. So, and I apologize for the background noise. Yeah, I just wanted to note, given that kind of the level of feedback that we've heard, there's a lot of contradictions in the information being provided. We haven't heard from parents at all, or their principals aren't hearing from their parents. But then statements like we have heard from families and they want, they want consistency. And I think there's some attribution of spring onto fall. There's a kind of an over attribution of things of ideas that were from the survey, in which we had a total of 26 African American families participate. And so in addition to kind of that mishmash of family feedback or quote unquote engagement, and knowing for myself that families are really distressed about wanting to know what we are going to do, when school is going to start, what the schedule is going to look like, and yet at the same time feeling as though the information is very inadequate in terms of the time frame during which it's been presented to us at the board. I feel extremely inequipped to make an intelligent decision on this bar right now, not because I don't think that I don't have respect for what came out of the tentative agreement with respect to the 4th being the appropriate day, not because I don't have some sense of trust that the schedules as they pertain to what would work well for childcare providers, who I think we're hearing pretty strongly that we really haven't been communicating with, but it was brought up yesterday that is where the times come from. We are all over the map. And as a board, I think we have, just as with families, have been pretty, there's been an incredible lack of transparency and information provided, despite our desperate attempts to get access to that in so many of these ways. And so I'm really struggling with wanting to give a sense of certainty to families and yet not wanting to uphold this idea that we should all just be kind of, railroaded over because we're between a rock and a hard place right now, and so that's where I'm coming from as a board member, and I don't think this is about the worst that I've felt in terms of the level of information relative to the scale of the decision. And so if staff want to respond to that, that would be that's up to them, but that's kind of where my head is at right now. And it's like Director Harris, if I had the capacity between yesterday and today to make it possible for me to move this forward, I would do that. I honestly just, it's not even a possibility at this point for me to state something intelligently that would allow me to provide an amendment that would make me feel comfortable making this big of a decision on this little bit of information. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hampson.
President,
Director
Wolf, I had a question. Excuse me.
Okay, thanks, Director Harris. I'll circle back. Director Mack.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good, thank you. We had a pretty robust conversation around the K-8s and the bell times and all of this yesterday, and there was conflicting information coming from staff that time. And the bar has been updated on, and I know that the presentation on bell times is next, and what we just got the presentation on is the calendar, which is the last page of the bar. And one of the things that we didn't touch on or talk about that I don't understand and I need clarity on, Clover Cod did say that we cannot waive instructional hours, but we can waive instructional days. And on our calendar, it doesn't indicate early release Wednesdays. And so each day is not actually equal in our calendar already. That's not something that's called out. So the number of instructional hours that have to total up across the entire calendar for all students is a sum of Monday through Friday hours and the number of days that are provided. And the question of the K-8s and their start time, I'm sorry I'm rambling to get to my question, but I feel it's actually important to provide the background. The K-8s have traditionally followed the instructional hours of the middle schools and high schools. They have an additional half an hour in their day. And so with this proposed switch, that's been lost because now their bell schedule is a half an hour less. And so that's one of my questions as to whether or not the math is still correct in alignment for the number of hours in a day that students are supposed to be getting, aligned with the number of hours that educators are expected to be teaching. And especially with the K-8, that difference of a half an hour, I want to make sure that the math hasn't been done wrong here.
Director Mack, this is Clover Cod. So the 75-minute early release is taken into account when we do our calculation. That is something that we bargained in 2015. We have not taken that out of our collective bargaining agreement. So at that time, we had added minutes to the school day so that we could actually take those 75 minutes each Wednesday for collaborative planning and professional development. So I know those have been taken into account. I would need somebody else to speak to the K-8 issue that you raised.
Right. So that there is a difference between what I don't understand, and I should know this history, but the middle schools and the high schools have an additional half an hour in their day, and K-8s were aligned with that traditionally, and now it's not. So I guess the main question is, why are elementary schools half an hour less than the middle schools and high schools? And then similarly, are we shortchanging the middle school students in K-8s now with this proposed schedule?
Is this specific to the calendar or the start times?
If staff want to ponder and then get back after the presentation on start times, it's corollary on the calendar. My specific question is why we don't indicate that Wednesdays are early release days on the calendar, because it's not all the days are not the same. I'm just curious why that doesn't exist on the calendar.
So this is Clover Cott again. There should be a notation on this calendar that says 75-minute early release. So I will take responsibility for that and make sure that is corrected. I do believe that somebody else could answer your question about the difference in high school instructional hours versus elementary instructional hours. I know there's also a district-wide average, but either Chief Jesse or Chief Berge could answer that specific question.
Quickly, please, so we can focus on questions for the calendar.
So Director Mack, this is JoLynn Berge. The requirement is just that we get to a district-wide average of 1,027. So typically secondary do have a bit more time in their schedules. That is tightened up with these two proposals a slight bit. So there is a 20-minute differential, I believe, between K-8 and the other secondary schools that does exist. But I think that I let Wyeth answer the specific questions about the amount of synchronous time. I think that's fairly well aligned. I have done this calculation probably 25 times, making sure we take into account all of the differences in start times and have that calculation, and we work as a team to check our work.
Yeah, hi, this is Wyatt Jesse, Chief of Schools of Continuous Improvement. And so I really appreciate the question that Director Mack is asking. Yes, we have afforded in that schedule to meet the standards by the state, so that we did align with that. And so JoLynn and I have been working our calculators left and right to make sure that we are meeting the standards by the state. And so we are well over 1,000 hours for our K-8s. I can send out in the Friday memo exactly the calculations if you would like.
I think that would be great, just for clarity. Thank you, Chief Jesse.
And you're well over, just clarifying, you're well over for the K-8s because it's an average. Are the elementary schools also on average as a whole, or is it averaging? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they're it's 1,000. The last I had is 1,037 hours for that. So, but I'll put the exact number. That's off the top of my head. I'll put the exact number in the calculation for you again in the Friday memo, Director Mack.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Mack. Director Rankin.
Hi, sorry. Just to clarify, what exactly are you doing around for right now, and then what other rounds will there be for this particular item?
Director Rankin, this is for the calendar.
Just the calendar.
Chief Pedestrian, and speak about transportation because that's operations, and then I'll do a second round.
Okay, thank you. So the transportation service standards will be the start times?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have a question. I have concerns about, and I know that some of it was due to bargaining, but I think there's a lot of confusion out there about what the first day means. And I don't think people are aware that the first week of school is not starting instruction, but is in fact starting with just kind of getting things going and what all of that means. And with concerns about, people finding childcare and trying to keep their, trying to figure out what they need to get, kids online. And as other directors have expressed, I don't know how quickly we just need to communicate sooner, even if we don't know the details, just to say, hey, here's what's happening, here's what we're working on, just to give families something to depend on. And I, like Director Hampson mentioned, I feel, not fully prepared that we have all the answers, but at the same time, I don't think that everything has to be perfect for us to share things out, and that in this totally unprecedented and ambiguous time, any sort of tether we can give families to hold on to is important, even if it's not the full idea. So the dates.
Could I maybe ask Clover Codd, to your question, to share a little bit of background about the Strong Start, if that's helpful, kind of to your point? Would that be helpful right now?
I would appreciate that.
Dr. Codd, could you just share a little bit about kind of the
for
TA?
folks listening? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So one of the things that we did here as we engage students and families and community throughout the summer is that when we come back from, the spring and COVID, we come back in the fall, that there has been a lot of trauma that our students and families have endured, not just because of the pandemic, but because of the racism that we experienced and saw. So some people talk about the dual pandemics, if you will. And that when we start school in the fall, we should really focus in on the social emotional well-being of our students and families, and that needs to be priority and be front and center before we just dive into academics. Now, academics are absolutely important. As a former teacher and principal, absolutely important. So the idea behind September 4th to the 11th is something that we're calling a Strong Start. And the Strong Start is placing social emotional well-being at the center, and teachers will still be live with their students for at least 2 hours, where they are doing culture responsive community building, making sure there's student-to-student connections, student-to-teacher connections, and also making sure that our students have access to their tech devices, making sure they know how to use them, how do they access the different platforms, where will they find their assignments each day. So it's just kind of getting everybody ready with the new routines of being in a remote instructional model. So we do this on the first week of school anyways, pre-COVID in brick and mortar. The first week of school is sort of a ramp up to the rest of the school year, where you're getting your routines in place, you're building community, the focus is on the relationships. And so we liked this idea. We wanted to pay specific attention to the social emotional needs of our students as they come back from the spring and into the fall.
Thank you, Dr. Codd. Any other questions?
Director DeWolf, this is Chief Campbell. Can I address the communication questions really quickly?
Sure, go ahead, please do.
Great, thank you. So,
share your title.
So I'm the Chief Public Affairs Officer. So yesterday we provided more information to school leaders about Strong Start, as well as our staff. We want to make sure they're well prepared to support our students and our families on September 4th. And then tomorrow we will, in our school beat, so our weekly communication that we translate into our top 5 languages, send that information out, as well as we'll be doing a translated phone call to families about devices, Strong Start, and any other information that we need to get out this week. We'll also be reiterating at Facebook Live next week, and then communicating throughout the week leading up to the start of school.
Thank you, Chief Campbell. Director Rivera-Smith.
Thank you. Yes, I actually wanted to get back to some of the information that was shared by Chief Berge at the beginning in response to Dr. Humphrey's questions about the follow-up for the questions that we had.
Director Rivera-Smith, it kind of sounds like you're far away from the phone. I wonder if you might want to adjust your sound. We can hardly.
Hello? Yes, now, can you hear me?
That's better. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Again, so I was saying that I wanted to actually follow up on the information that was shared by Chief Berge in response to Director Hampson's first question of the follow-up questions from yesterday. So it's really confusing. Which some of those questions weren't specific to school calendar, but they were shared at this point. So I do want to circle back because I just one important question regarding that. Director Berge shared that about the device distribution, and that part of that was that the K through second grade tablets, we would get them the week of the 8th. So my question is clearly on how those students will participate from the 4th on. At least, I mean, I know K starts on the 8th, but it sounds like I heard it too as the week of the 8th, which means it could potentially be anywhere from 1 day that they miss out on to 5 days that they miss out on engagement. And I know this is the strong start, aka really soft start, where they're not doing academics per se, but it is important engagement time. And how is that going to happen if they potentially have no device for that first week?
This is Chief Berge. So I'm going to start off, and then I'll kick it over to my colleagues, both Wyeth Jesse and Diane DeBacker. So we're going to have, we need to build a contingency plan. So we'd have a contingency plan, and one of the things that's happening is the teachers checking in with each and every family. So there will be families who have devices. There will be families who have Chromebooks. 9,000 of those were distributed that are able to participate. So we will need to do individual check-in on which kids those are. And so with that, we're coordinating this with our CNI and school colleagues. Wyeth or Diane, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, this is Diane DeBacker, Chief Academic Officer. And for those, keep in mind that every teacher is going to have a classroom of students. And so, oftentimes we think about it as that we have 54,000 students here in Seattle and think about it in those big numbers. But with an individual classroom, a teacher may have 25, 30 students. And so they will be working, as JoLynn talked about, with those families in the first couple days, just making sure that they have what they need. And if the technology is not there, then the individual teachers will be working with those students on different ways to still get the same information. Now, they won't obviously be able to help them in terms of how you log on to Seesaw or to Schoology, but there's many other things that we'll be covering that week in terms of social emotional development and other items. So it will be very inconvenient for sure for the teacher, and it will be very frustrating for the students and the families. But, we are hoping that, as I say, we're keeping everything crossed that we possibly can, fingers, toes, eyes, that these devices come in time.
Thank you.
Hi, Jesse, Chief of Schools Executive. I would just like to add also just to what Chief Berge and Chief DeBacker mentioned is just really about for us to connect with our families. So we are putting out directly all the educators interact with the families and the students specifically to their tech needs so that we have a common way of assessing that across the district. We also have tech resources sites set up. We have 3 open now, and then we'll be expanding that out to 8 sites across the district. We've been working with the Seattle Council of PTSA on the sites. And so just making sure that we can answer also questions. Once they do have the device, it's also about accessibility and understanding the platforms that we have here in the district.
Thank you. Any final questions, Director Rivera-Smith, before I move to Director Harris?
Well, yeah. So we hear plan a lot. We hear about the plan, and I believe that a lot of work has gone into these things. So who can play this out for me? That day one, a child doesn't have a device. What happens? Because they clearly don't show up on these whatever Teams or Schoology interactive. I'm just trying to get
focused or the transportation standards when we get to that. I do not disagree that that's an important topic. I want to focus on calendar and the service standards. So if you have any more on the calendar.
Okay, sure. Yeah, getting back to the calendar, I will just reiterate other directors' comments about the just the lack of communication and engagement. I also feel really sad when I hear parents come in and say that there has been such a void of communication and responsiveness. So, and I know you guys work hard. I'm not at all saying that our staff doesn't work hard. I'm looking at the pages you provided now that outline the community engagement that was done. and I see dates and names. I don't really see the data per se, so I don't know if, I mean, clearly we're voting today if we do, and that's, it's not going to be here before that. But just going forward again, like just having the data that we can actually see, because I know you guys do the work. I mean, no doubt about that. But seeing that data so that we can feel we have we can make informed votes. I mean, I hate to feel like we're rubber stamping stuff because we're at the deadline and we've kind of hit the end of the road. But we really, again, like I really look forward to having just going forward, just that data when we need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Vera-Smith. And I just want to reiterate, I'm not here to rubber stamp. Director Harris, to you, and I think you had a final question on calendar.
Yes, I do. And some of the questions were answered subsequent to my last question. But I have a question here. Yesterday, during the very robust and thoughtful conversation with the board, Chief Jesse talked about the distribution of paper materials if those iPads were not in, and if he could reiterate that. The second question that I have is, would there be any harm in distributing on our website Chief Jesse's email to school leaders yesterday? I think it would alleviate a great deal of anxiety, and would also address what parents and community can expect from their principals. Thank you.
Yeah, I, Jesse, Chief of Schools and Continuous Improvement. I'll answer the first part, Director Harris. I think the second part we can most certainly do around building out the comms and helping other people understand. I know that Chief Campbell can answer that. For us around the paper, yes, paper products. So they're the mirroring of the activities that are planned for Strong Start would be in something that we will distribute out and have available for our families. It would be a push, and not just having them having to come to us. We most certainly get that in their hands so that they can most certainly have those activities and the things that we want to have for all our students and their experience.
Director Harris, this is Carrie Campbell, Chief Public Affairs Officer again. I want to make sure I understand your request. So it was the timeline of communication from the schools, so including the school schedules to be produced next week. Is that what you're requesting?
Chief Jesse sent out and copied the board to school leaders yesterday in terms of all the things that need to be done before start of school. Directives, if you will, to show accountability and what parents can expect. Is there any problem with sharing that system-wide?
I don't think so, and I think a lot of that actually will be captured in our communication through SchoolBeat, and SchoolBeat connects to information that's directly either on the website or going to be lifted up on the website tomorrow. So I'll go back through that and see if there's anything that we haven't already drafted out and that needs to be added.
And if we could do it in a punch list fashion, I would be forever grateful.
Yep, we're trying to move towards more bulleted lists.
And this board is getting more and more questions and anxiety, as well as on social media. So whatever we can do to be clear and proactive in our communications ASAP is so appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris. Okay, I just want to pause momentarily. I know we have an announcement from Ms. Wilson-Jones. Ms. Wilson-Jones, quickly share an update I think you have for us.
Yes, I've been asked by IT if we could briefly have our two ASL interpreters unmute yourself and just kind of say something to check in so we can have your video stream featured. That may help to have your videos be more prominent for those utilizing interpreters.
Okay, we have one interpreter here.
This is the other interpreter.
Thank you. And do you both have your videos turned on?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully that will help, and sorry for the interruption.
We are muted.
James, are you able to advise on whether they need to be unmuted?
Well, I needed a little more talking, I think, because the teams will recognize who is talking and then throw their picture up on there. Right now, the people who are doing the majority of the talking are the ones that are showing up in the grid. So if we could just have them maybe say more than just a few words, just to see if we can get at least one of them to show up, I think that would at least prove that the pinning does work off of the video stream as opposed to just trying to choose it from the participant list. So if possible, could somebody just maybe introduce themselves and maybe a sentence about themselves?
My name is Eudor. I'm a sign language interpreter. I'm just trying to work through all the
There he
technical
is,
issues.
pinned.
I would have been the interpreter, but it seems as if the deaf participants are unable to pin us. They're not able to see us. So not really on.
Thank you. I think we are able to see you now. And Joel, could you do the same?
Sure. Hi, I'm the other interpreter and also trying to work through the technical difficulties. And hopefully this will help so that finally they can see us. Yay.
Okay, I was able to pin both of them. Joel, I am not getting a video stream from you.
Okay.
I can see Joel from on my screen. That's interesting. Should I have him pinned? Should I pin him from my screen?
Well, whoever's talking is pretty warbly, so if at that, I'm guessing you're probably dealing with a pretty latent connection.
I think we are able to see them both now on our YouTube streams. It looks like the videos are showing up. So thank you both. And again,
Perfect.
Apologies to the board for the interruption.
Yes, thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Happy to make sure that this is working for our community. Chief Podesta, I wanted to make sure we could give you some space to do any additional briefing to the board. We had some conversation yesterday at the special briefing / work session. So any final briefing before I do another round of questions and comments from directors?
Thank you. This is Fred Podesta, Chief Operations Officer. I think just for those who may be listening to the meeting that aren't acquainted with the transportation service standards, because it's a little opaque how they relate to the real subject at hand. The transportation service standards are adopted by the board of directors annually to describe when and where school transportation is offered, but it's also the document that the board approves that lists the start and end times of all our schools. And it's normally somewhat complicated because we are accommodating a big transportation system and really calling for staggered arrivals and departures from schools, which are known as tiers. And as Seattle Public Schools got into the implementation of the start of school for the 2021 school year, we got questions from families and school leaders and community-based organizations that offer childcare. Since this year with remote learning, we're unconstrained by the needs of having to manage transportation. Could we have a simpler and more consistent system for start and end times for schools? And that's what this action is really about, even though it's labeled transportation. And so I do appreciate the robust discussion we had with directors yesterday. There are some revisions in the BAR that are self-evident that clarify what this action is and revise the start and end times by class of schools. So that's a little bit clearer. And we've added some information about some of the engagement that was in place around the entire reopening plan, which this is a piece of. So I just wanted to lay that background because for someone who's just joining the conversation now, the name Transportation Service Standard is a bit opaque to the discussion that we're really having, is about a standardized start and end time for schools that is a little bit simpler than our staggered 7:55, 8:55, 7:40. We have different times for all schools, and this is just something to make things simpler and more consistent.
President DeWolf, this is Director Mack. I'm wondering if we could have that section of the bar put up here that just puts the on the screen so that we could all see it as we're having this discussion that lists the exact start and end times. Is that possible, Martina?
See if we can do that. Yes.
Thank you.
As folks are potentially trying to figure that out, thanks for the suggestion, Director Mack. I want us to start with Director Hampson on any comments or questions on transportation service standards.
One of the things that came up yesterday that I found a bit troubling was the idea that we are that our schedules are based on some what would allow us to go back into a physical environment most readily, and I have some pretty major issues with that in terms of the general unlikelihood of that being the case, and that we would not be in a mode to plan in the best way possible for the situation that we have for this year and really commit to that, which I don't think we're doing. I do agree that we are attempting to do business as usual. We are attempting to put a square peg into of the brick and mortar into a round hole of remote. And so what?
Please turn off one moment, Director Hampson. You can see the screen, Tina. If you'd like to change the screen currently, thank you for that. Director Hampson, continue. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. So I have concerns about that, and then also, and as I said, I do understand the need to provide consistent times for CBOs, but I don't know the extent to which the going back to physical school really doesn't play well for me in terms of what families' needs are right now and how desperate this situation is.
And when you say that, Director Hampson, are you referring to the proposed revised start and end times, or the pre-existing ones that, you know, in broad strokes, these aren't wildly different from them. But if we were trying to get back to a significant amount of in-person education, and we're providing transportation, we would probably need a schedule more like the one that the board adopted in March. I think these times, are a variation on what we've normally done and trying to be streamlined and consistent and simple. But to my knowledge, there wasn't a strong eye towards a physical presence in schools to come up with these simpler bell times. And Wyeth, or if anyone else would care to add to that, I'd appreciate that. But
so can you attest then to the extent to which there was when and where did the CBO engagement happen that led to fair communication, given how many CBOs we've heard from, specifically childcare providers, kind of lamenting the lack of collaboration communication? When did that engagement happen that led to
our partnership
input?
Team has regular meetings with leaders of CBOs, and again, this feedback started as this planning was starting, that frankly I think had assumed a little bit more business as usual since bell times had already been established. And I think we heard from those community partners that, well, if there are students that they're trying to support in partnership with us for remote learning, and you have students in the same grade level starting with different bell times and trying to in a kind of mixed environment in a partners program, that that would just complicate things. And so I think this was something that was heard, and again, was somewhat unsolicited, but heard in those regular meetings that Dr. Scarlett's folks have with our CBO partners. I mean, it was just an observation that I think school leaders and families made the same observation, is this is something you can decouple yourself from. Since you're not providing transportation, you don't have to make this so complicated. And I think we acknowledge that, and this was our attempt to try to make life simpler.
Chief Podesta, this is Dr. Scarlett. I'd like to also share about the CBO conversations, particularly child care providers, just to also reverberate what Chief Podesta shared around our weekly conversations. We also have individual conversations all throughout the summer. We have been in contact with our CBOs multiple times of the week. And even when our remote learning playbook was sent out to principals, just days after that, I met with some larger, more prominent child care provider directors, just to share parts of that, the learning playbook, and to ask them what are the blind spots that we're missing for our community-based providers. So we are constantly in communication with our CBO providers. I can't sort of quantify all the different people necessarily that said different things about different start times, but we are really working hard. Director Bush and our team and school community partnerships work really hard at keeping the lines of communication with our child care providers. So I just want to also share that as well.
I think, given that we have 56 sites at least, and possibly up to 64, 65, it's possible that this is a really strong data point. It makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of logic to it, and which is why it makes it frustrating for me to not feel like I can just wholeheartedly support it, because it does seem like it would be a pretty straightforward data point to get to in terms of, X number of the number of childcare providers that will be in our buildings have said that this is of tremendous interest and benefit to them, and so it makes me sad that we don't actually have that data to look at. And I'll let other directors weigh in from here. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Hampson. Director Harris.
Again, I remain frustrated and distressed about the K-8 issue. And I would also suggest that when we plan to go back to school, we start planning for that now, and we share information. And I appreciate now we have a weekly work session for implementation, and I'm very grateful for that. And I'll put on the record yet again the loss of the Spokane Street Bridge and the traffic cluster on the First Avenue Street Bridge, where our first student bus barn is, will decimate both the South Park and the Georgetown communities and require some extraordinary first student busing. And as well, if we're going to be busing special needs students to in-person sites, that has to be addressed as opposed to, yeah, I heard you, quote unquote. It's a real problem. I drive it every day. The traffic is getting exponentially more, and the commute times are becoming exponentially more. I also have an issue with, if we don't have iPads to K through 3, but the teachers are supposed to reach out to each of their students, how are they supposed to do that? And, the teachers, my understanding, are not supposed to be using their personal cell phones. So I want to know how we work around that. Thank you.
Sure, this is Chief Berge. So there's directions for how to text or how to call a phone on Teams or with your email.
Any other responses for Director Harris?
My question is about the bus barn south of First Avenue.
Director-
It will impact our special needs children, and this is absolutely about transportation standards. Thank you.
Chief Podesta, if you want to jump in here, that would be helpful, or somebody that can
Certainly. I mean, we're working with the special ed department to schedule transportation as needed, and we're working with First Student, who has been serving meals all summer from that bus barn. So has where we were running 40 routes. We've had some experience with travel on the, and unlike our meal service, we're allowed to use the lower bridge when we're transporting students. So special ed routes by definition are fairly custom tailored, and once we have the roster of students we'll be serving and what locations and what the scheduled time is, will have to be a custom tailored solution to start the routes early enough to deal with the bottleneck that'll approach that area. And this will be, you know, as not we just come back to school, but as the world comes back to work and, you know, we see more congestion, we may need to lean on the other lot and stage buses at different times of day to deal with this. But it really comes down to the individual routes and designing them and building enough lead time to deal with this traffic hazard as we've had to with others when the viaduct came down or other things. It really takes planning on a route by route basis, which is why we have route planners that do that individually. And they're watching this issue closely. And once we have, you know, actual students' names and locations and understand the demand, we'll be able to explain in more detail about how we solve the problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Hersey.
Yeah, just very quickly, since we're on the topic, since we're on the topic of devices and preparing for the eventual delivery, one of the big questions that has come from parents, especially in District 7, is around what ways are we making sure that we're supporting our families where English is a second language for tech support. I haven't really heard too much about that quite yet, and I would really like some clarity on what services our families with various languages can count on to help better support them.
This is Chief Berge, and then I'm going to ask Carrie Campbell to jump on and help me. So we have a few different tools that are available for us. When we stand up the resource centers, that will be one time where we do have staff that are using Linguistica to be able to provide some translated support. We also have translations happening in our training videos or our videos about how to use the source or Schoology, those types of things. And then we're also getting another software system called Talking Points, and that's where I'll ask Carrie to help me.
Thank you, Chief
Before
Berge.
we move on really quickly, what languages are we translating our videos into? Do we have insight on what our families can expect?
Yep, Carrie can tell you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Berge. This is Chief Campbell. So we translate always into our top 5 languages. We will translate into our top, I think it's 9 languages for the training videos. Just today, we met with staff from Aki Kurose, who's partnering with us to create a Teams family-focused, student-focused video. And then we're in contact with Seesaw to also create a explainer video on how to use the technology from the family side. Talking Points, that is something that's going to be coming a little bit later. We're working with DOTS right now on the integration of our systems and getting a contract signed, but that is a text-based platform. We heard from a lot of our EL families that translated phone calls and translated text, if we can't meet in person, are the best ways to engage. And so it's a two-way communication platform, and we are working to roll that out at the beginning of October.
And Carrie, if Chief Campbell, if you could just quickly, in addition to this, can you just share what the top 5 or the top 9 are for the audience?
Oh, let's see if I can remember off the top of my head. Simplified Chinese, Somali, Spanish, Amharic, and Vietnamese.
Really quickly, so I just wanted to clarify, did you say that these translated resources aren't going to ship out until the beginning of October, or did I misunderstand?
Oh, no, the training videos will be available next week, but this
Great.
new talking points, this new two-way texting platform that we're adopting for 1 year as part of our response to school buildings being closed to see how it works. We have to do some integration with DOTS. That will become available October 1, and I think it translates into over 100 different. So if you going down a whole say that Director Hersey, in Power School, you have indicated that your home language is Spanish. I will be able to send you a text in English, and it will automatically translate to Spanish using machine translation with human support to make sure that it's accurate. And you'll be able to text back to me, and it will translate back into English. It works in a very similar fashion to Let's Talk, which has been very successful for our customer service team.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Director Hersey. Director Mack.
Yes, hi. I appreciate Director Hersey asking for the additional information around what exactly we're doing. One of the things that was mentioned, and I don't think it's been clearly shared out so that families know that this is a resource that will be happening, is that there are tech resource centers, 3 that, and my understanding is this was sent to us in email yesterday and it was kind of buried. And as a parent, I haven't seen any district-wide communication about it. So I think pushing that out is going to be really, really important so that families know that they can go to these tech resource centers, they can set up an appointment, and that there are 3 different. Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to elevate that part that Director Hersey raised, and ask that be pushed out along with what Director Harris was asking for additional information to be going out. On the transportation service standards in specific, and the vote that we're taking here about bell times, what I just wanted to clarify publicly, that my understanding is that if we were to return to in-person school, we would need to readopt transportation service standards again, because this would not stand and we'd have to come back and revisit that. That's correct, right, Mr. Podesta?
That's likely. I mean, it depends on how we would return to school. You know, certainly if we return to normal, a tiered system like we used to have would be needed. The hybrid model that we had discussed earlier in this summer was a bit different, or if we came back in some sort of phased approach, it all depends on what coming back means and how many students and when. But certainly, if let's say fall of next year, we were operating the way we were operating in the fall of 2019, we would need to go back to tiers.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarity. And then 2 more things. One is that the clarity of the fact that we will not be transporting students to childcare sites that are at our buildings. We will not be providing transportation for childcare for the students that are in childcare that are in our buildings. That is not going to be district provided transportation.
That's not part of these transportation service standards or something we're planning to do at this time. Of course, we're looking for supports for childcare, and you know, there's discussion about perhaps a more broad reimbursement model for transportation, but we're not yet planning for that.
Okay, great. And then the other thing, the last thing is the K-8 question, and both question and thoughts. Historically, a good few years ago, K-8s were actually at 8:30. So in debating whether or not a 9 a.m. start for K-8s or a 8:30, in the most recent years, 9 a.m. is where most of them have been. But prior to that, 8:30 was consistent. We did the flip a good few years ago to make secondary schools later for the health of our students. I was considering offering up an amendment to switch that so that the K-8s aligned with the middle school schedule instead because of that. And I also don't know that I want to throw that monkey wrench into this conversation at this point, because it seems that 8:30 is probably just fine. And so that's where I'm at on that. But I appreciate the clarity around the instructional hours and why there's a difference in actual amount of time. And just additionally want to make sure to get the note on the calendar that Wednesdays are early release days.
Thank you.
So I don't actually have any question. That's all my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mack. Okay, Director Rankin and Director Rivera-Smith, we've hit an hour and 5 on this topic, so I just wanted to do a time check. So if you have any final questions or comments on the transportation standards, start and end times, over to you, Director Rankin.
Thank you. I don't have new specific questions that haven't been addressed that are specific to start and end times and the calendar. However, and I'm sure there are people that I can't see right now probably rolling their eyes. But I just wanted to state that I think we're getting a lot of questions right now related to what seems like a straightforward calendar that's been, you know, a tentative agreement with SEA, hours that seem like fine. Why you're getting so many questions, and that is because for me anyway, as a board director, I feel like we have been put in a position where we are being informed at the end of a process and expected to okay it, and that it's an irritation and an annoyance when we have questions. And that this is our opportunity to ask some of these questions. And my fear is by voting yes on this, am I saying that I'm okay with the process that has led to this point? And I'm not okay with it, because we have not engaged families. There has not been transparency about, you know, what CBOs were asked about this, what decision-making went into this. And quite frankly, start dates and bell times are something that we could have proposed, you know, probably back in June, just as a guess, just as a place to start. So as a board director, being put in the position where, you know, I am a jerk and slowing things down if I don't want to put something forward, but I also feel like I'm not being given the opportunity for appropriate oversight, because there's a lot of questions. And as we heard in testimony, families are feeling the same way, you know, and as somebody said, something that I said in a different meeting was, it's not the what, it's the how. Like the what of this is pretty clear. And I appreciate, you know, work that's been done by Mr. Podesta and others to look into this, but this feels very much like we're just being asked to just okay it, and so we can all move on. And I think families and educators and building leaders, you know, deserve to have the structure and to know what's happening. But everything that comes to us, like, I mean, 24 hours ago is when we had the opportunity to ask questions. And in fact, we had asked a lot of questions ahead of time, expecting them to be answered yesterday, and they weren't. So I just, I don't know. I just don't like this, and I don't like it.
Understood. Thank you, Director Rankin. Director Rivera-Smith, final questions.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't need to repeat things that were already shared. I think we covered a lot there. I do, though, want to be fair and walk back my earlier comment about the engagement information we were given. I made the rookie mistake of printing it out and not realizing that there are links in there with the data. So I apologize to Dr. Scarlett for the implication that there was no data in there, because there is data in there. Thank you for that. I'm sorry that my printout is black and white and I did not look at the actual PDF. I've seen it now. I especially love the information from the Zoom community meeting with Mike Smith, and there's a lot of data in there. Thank you. And then there's, but to be fair, there isn't also the one about at the bottom of it regarding the childcare providers. I don't see the data for that one, and I know we're talking a lot about that right now, and that is a huge concern with our community right now. And you know this, we know this. So I feel like my fellow directors in this situation of not feeling true that we had the process go the way it was supposed to. And this has been hard on everybody. I'm not trying to place blame directly on anybody, but it's kind of, we all share it, I think. And I'll hold the rest for now. Thank you.
Director Smith, this is Dr. Scarlett. Thank you so much. I appreciate the acknowledgement about the data. A couple things. I just want to sort of reiterate that when we had the June 30th board session, we got some feedback that we hadn't done enough engagement with our students furthest from educational justice, particularly African American males and their families. And so at the same time, my team had been working, and this was after we did our remote learning survey to families where, the preponderance of the survey results we got were from white families. And so, so we set off and we still continue to work on focus groups with families. But one of the things that we're challenged with the system is how do we rapidly get qualitative data, which are the voices of families and students. And the reason why many systems across the country and why we're actually leading the edge in some ways, then in some systems, they rely solely on survey data because it's quick. We can get the information fast, but we found out that it's inequitable because of the ways that we actually work to ensure that families are maybe even filling out that survey. We do have evidence that families of color may not lean toward filling out surveys, and it's inequitable for even our EL families as well. So the things that we can do is work our best to take advantage of the opportunities. So we have made shifts in our listening and learning sessions to just not listening and learning and sort of being there for just listening to folks, but thinking about how can we enter in those spaces in some ways where we're trying our best to do quick data polls. So Director Hampson made a comment about 26 respondents. So we dropped a data poll link into a Zoom chat. That was how many people sort of responded to a really quick poll, which was about whether people wanted, preferred the 100% remote learning versus, a hybrid model. So we have been trying different types of ways to be responsive and to show up in responsive and accountable ways in our community meetings before having note takers there to be able to collect notes, having focus groups with families. And so while that you may have smaller sample sizes of qualitative data, but these are the voices of people and families. And I'm not trying to insinuate that these folks are sort of representative of the entire sort of Black community, but the information that we got, the 45 phone calls that community leaders from the Somali community made to families and then translated that information back across different questions, those are all valid responses that are ways that we would not be able to engage with these same families if we solely use surveys to do that. So I just want to challenge our system to sort of rethink about community engagement and to move beyond sort of the quick sort of survey into thinking about the qualitative voices and the qualitative data we get through the voices in which we engage in different spaces. And so if I am paying attention and writing down notes and listening to what our providers are saying in our CBO meetings and we're taking notes of that and looking through that and seeing the things that come through. If we're being responsive when tools come out like the remote playbook, and immediately getting on the phone with different child care providers and those leaders in order for them to give feedback. I think that those are all really important data points for us to be able to include in this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Just to clarify, the 26 is actually the number of African-American families that were represented in the spring survey. That's what I was quoting, not any other 26 number. And I think anything that's actually provided to us in a timely fashion is helpful.
Thank you, Director Hampson. Ms. Wilson-Jones, roll call vote, please.
Director Mack? Aye. Director Rankin?
Can you come back to me? I abstain?
Director Rivera-Smith?
Abstain.
Director Hampson?
Nay.
Director Harris?
Abstain.
Director Hersey?
Nay.
Director DeWolf?
Aye.
This motion has not passed by a vote of 2 to 2 to 3.
Okay. Well, it is our job to come and make decisions, and sadly we did not do that today. So next we will move to introduction items. Next is introduction item number 1, approval of name change of Southlake High School to Alan T. Sugiyama High School at Southlake. This came to the Operations Committee on August 13th for approval. Chief Operations Officer Fred Podesta, I believe you'll be briefing us on this item.
Yes, thank you, Director DeWolf. This action, as it said, changes the name of Southlake High School to a well-known activist, leader, and product of Seattle Public Schools, Al Sugiyama, who was also a director of the Seattle Public Schools Board of Directors. And I'd like to invite Principal Davis Brown and Assistant Principal Powell, who joined us at the Operations Committee and are here today, I believe, to describe their work with the community to garner support for this name change.
Thank you for that, Chief Fred Podesta. I am so appreciative to have the opportunity to come to you and talk about how honored we are that Representative Sharon Tomiko Santos and Bob Watts, who was the deputy mayor for the city of Seattle, brought this to us and allowed us to participate in honoring Al Sugiyama. It was something that we were looking forward to doing in the final rebranding of Southlake, and it was one of the things that we thought was just extremely important to do, to honor someone who spent his life trying to support disenfranchised youth and adults in having the opportunity to have to reach their full potential. This process was spearheaded by Dr. Powell, who's the assistant principal here at Southlake. And so I would really like to give him the opportunity to bring this motion to you all. So Dr. Powell.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brown. And I do want to thank the board again for hearing us today. And I also want to thank Superintendent Juneau as well for her continued support. What I want to do is I just want to back up and kind of tell you a little bit about when this process started, because when we say that it has been a long journey, we actually started this conversation back on June 7th of 2019. And that was just ending, Ms. Brown and I, that was our third year, ending the last third year of our work together in June 7th of 2019. And so from that point on, we had a conversation, like Ms. Brown stated, with Bob Watt and Sharon Tomiko Santos. And one question that I had during that meeting was, why Southlake? You know, that was really important to me. I wanted to know, you know, of all the schools, you know, why Southlake? And when Sharon Tomiko Santos said to me, Al told me, I think I was convinced that it needed to happen, because those are very strong words. And it was clear to me that this was destined to happen. From June 7th of 2019, we started the process, and I do want to thank several of the district people who were very supportive, which was amazing because of what's currently happening within our district, and for them to still be so supportive. It started with the action report that had to be completed with the support of Sarah Mirabueno, Trina Stirk, Sharon Miata, as well as Ms. Wilson Jones. They were just amazing because, again, we know that right now we're all dealing with some of the immediate priorities for the district, but for them to still be available and supportive during this process, I just wanted to acknowledge that because they are part of the extended community. But what we did from the conversation, after the conversation on June the 7th, we actually, in accordance with the board policy 6970, we wanted to definitely respond to this request that we considered from our community. And from there, we had approximately 5 community meetings around this name change. We had the privilege of spending a good amount of time during our site visit that was done by Al's 2 daughters, which was just amazing to hear some of the stories and hear how Southlake was part of a discussion even from as they were growing up. So that told me that this process had to occur. From there, we of course included our building leadership team, our staff, other communities, as well as community members, as well as student representatives. We reviewed the initiative. We published a plan of the initiative, and we unanimously, moved forward with wanting the school renaming process to happen. Again, it was a lot of time and effort that went into just preparing the report. But again, thank you to those individuals who I named regarding the support that they provided us. But another piece that was, on my heart to say today was when, you hear so much about community engagement, but in my opinion, when you talk about renaming and honoring an individual as Al Sugiyama, that's truly what I consider representing what it truly means to engage with our community, because we heard our community, and for this to happen, it communicates that we've heard, we listened, and this should definitely move forward. The other piece of it that's really important has to do with at our last board session on August the 13th, I was really strongly advocating and adamant about hearing from some of the voices of our community and for them to be heard. So today, what I would like to do is have one of the powerful voices of our community. I would love for us to hear from and for her to be heard. And that person is Sharon Tomiko Santos, who's online. But before I turn it over to her, I just wanted to also say another powerful thing to keep in mind, and that was brought to me just recently by Bob Watt, is that September the 10th is Al Sugiyama's birthday, September the 10th. So what powerful way to celebrate and acknowledge him, because I do understand that after today's meeting, it has to go for the final approval on September the 9th. So I just wanted to put that out there and just, speak to how powerful and how meaningful, and in my opinion, this is something that has to happen. So thank you for hearing me. And right now I will turn it over to Sharon Tomiko Santos.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Powell, and good evening, members of the Seattle Public School Board. For the record, my name is Sharon Tomiko Santos. I serve currently as the state representative from the 37th Legislative District and am very proud to have Southlake High School, soon to be named with your support, the Alan T. Sugiyama High School at Southlake in my district. I would like to spend just a few moments of your time identifying why this is such an important issue to both me personally, but also to our community as a whole. Many of you may know that Al Sugiyama, and I will hereafter refer to him as Uncle Al, because as many of you know, in our Asian Pacific American communities, the designation of uncle is an honorific bestowed with great love and affection. Uncle Al was a civil rights icon here in the city of Seattle, as well as a champion of education for youth. He was a graduate of the Seattle Public Schools. The fact that he graduated from Garfield High School is not a fact that I will hold against him. He was, again, a leading civil rights organizer from the time that he was a youth, beginning with his organization of the Oriental Student Union at Seattle Central Community College, where he agitated to ensure that Asian studies were represented and that Asian American faculty and staff were hired. He also agitated to ensure that the Seattle Community College District promised or made good on their promise for fair contracting opportunities, spreading economic opportunities throughout the city for underrepresented economic communities. He was a forever advocate and champion of youth voice, and I would encourage any of you who are interested to hear Uncle Al's story in his own words by looking at the Civil Rights and Labor History Project at the University of Washington website. I would, however, like to spend most of my time talking about the education that Uncle Al devoted himself to. I've already indicated he was himself a graduate, but he was also the first Asian Pacific American board member for the Seattle Public Schools, being elected in 1989. That really stemmed from his passion for working with youth, and particularly youth who are so often alienated and marginalized and frankly discarded by institutions who run our public education system. It stemmed from his work as the founder and the executive director of CCA, the Center for Career Alternatives, where Uncle Al made a life vocation of working with students who are what we would call today furthest from educational justice. He worked with them to help with credit retrieval opportunities. He provided an alternative learning environment. He prepared them for jobs beyond CCA's doors. Most of all, what Uncle Al provided was a caring adult for students who were lost and or otherwise challenged by what life threw at them, providing them with services, allowing them to earn a general education diploma and or a credential with a new lease and new hope on their future. When we talked about the opportunity to name a school in the Seattle Public Schools after Uncle Al, it was indeed Providence, as Dr. Powell indicated. that brought us to work with the leadership at Southlake High School, Principal Laura Davis Brown and Dr. Joe Powell. I cannot think of a more suitable institution to affix the honored and venerated and radical name of Alan T. Sugiyama than at Southlake. He was, after all, the kind of man that brought community together. Some of you may recall the very difficult decision that the school board had to make when the proposal to rename the former Sharpless Junior High School after Aki Kurose, a beloved science teacher in the Seattle Public Schools. That was an effort that Al helped champion and spearhead. In the end, that renaming opportunity is what brought community to consistently come to the doors of Aki Kurose and ensure that when the students came back to school every September, they knew that the community had been there beautifying their grounds, knowing that the environment helps create a positive incentive for good learning. And that is what the community wants to do in partnership with the leadership at Southlake, to surround them with caring adults in the name of Alan T. Sugiyama. And with that, I urge this board to unanimously approve the changing of the name of Southlake High School to the Alan T. Sugiyama High School at Southlake. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Santos, and for all of our community speaking. Chief Podesta, is there anybody else you'd like to speak before I do any final comments or questions to directors? And then I would like to take a recess.
No, I think the school staff, and I thank Representative Tomiko Santos for sharing all the great work that's done into proposing this name change. And if we're happy to take any questions the directors may have.
Okay, we'll quickly go through questions here. I know folks are interested in a recess, and I know we're excited to vote on this in the future, I would imagine. So I'll start with Director Hampson. Any comments or questions for Chief Podesta?
No questions. I think, well, I guess my only question would be, this has clearly been a historic process in terms of the community, the coming together, and I'm so grateful for the work that's been done for this coming forward, and the how critical it is that we then learn so much more about our history in this city by virtue of doing something like a name change, and I hope it's one of many to come. And as part of that, I think my only other question is, are we documenting this so that we can utilize it not only just in terms of policy, but also for other buildings that are looking to do the same work. And thank you so much to everybody who spoke.
Yes, this and our recent change at Rising Star, I think all the staff that support these name changes have developed a good file about how to proceed with these processes.
Thank you. Director Harris.
Yeah, I am beyond in favor of this, and I want to express some thoughts to go with that. First of all, Representative Sharon Tomiko Santos, thank you for your heavy lifting in Olympia in support of equity in the Seattle Public Schools. Al Sugiyama was a friend of mine, and he's one of my heroes, just flat out. And I might add, Uncle Al is also one of my heroes with Uncle Bobby, who is the late husband of Representative Sharon Tomiko Santos. And if you don't know who Uncle Bobby is, he was one of the 4 civil rights leaders. And there's a lot written about him, and I hope we name a school after him soon. But I will say that we have heard over the last 2-3 years about how expensive it is to run a school like Southlake High School. and that the enrollment is low. And if we have any intention whatsoever, and out of transparency, Superintendent Juneau and I have had several conversations about this, if we are not intent on supporting and growing, hopefully, L&T Sugiyama High School, then don't do it, because it would be dishonest, frankly, if we don't figure out a way to support now Southlake High School, hopefully L&T Sugiyama High School, and grow the enrollment and make it the extraordinarily special place that it is, that I personally, as a board director, do not feel we have given the resources and the attention that it deserves. I hope that we address the underlying issues. If we're going to rename this, then let's do it right and build it robustly. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hersey.
I'm in 100% support. Thank you for the amazing lift, and huge thanks to Representative Sharon Tomiko Santos for all of your work around this issue. Looking forward to it. No further questions.
Director Mack.
I'm having a hard time pulling words together because I'm incredibly moved by your words, Representative Sharon Tomiko Santos, and also Director Harris, and the deep work, the ongoing work in Olympia that you've done, and this incredible, important act we need to take to name this school in his honor. And as Director Harris indicated, we also need to put resources behind it. And so I'm fully in support and really grateful to see you today, and look forward to voting on this in a few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rankin. Director Rankin. Okay, hearing none, I will move to Director Rivera-Smith.
I am here to do this, so just in all of the work that that Alan, Uncle Alan, so I didn't know him personally, so I feel we're calling him that, but you guys all call him that, so that he did. I have one question. Why are we calling it L&T Sugiyama High School at Southlake and not just L&T Sugiyama High School? Or is that at Southlake like legally have to say there? I'm just wondering what behind that.
Yeah, this is Dr. Powell. I can speak to that. So when I earlier stated, when we started this this partnership, we had just ended our third year of rebranding. So we were in the process of rebranding Southlake before we joined as family with Sharon Tomiko Santos and Bob Watts. So if you look back, June 7th was ending our third year together. So Ms. Brown and I just came to Southlake together 3 years prior to this conversation that we had. And so we had already started a rebranding process, a new vision for the school. And so going into our fourth year, that's when we were going in with this whole renaming. So it's like bringing this vision that we started into existence under Al Sugiyama's name. So it's kind of a perfect marriage that came together at the right time. And so the L&T Sugiyama High School at Southlake still acknowledges the rebranding work that took place prior to us coming together with our new family.
Thank you. No, that makes a lot of sense. I appreciate that. No further questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rivera-Smith. I hear Director Rankin is back. If you have any final questions or comments before we move on.
No, just quickly, thank you so much. And it was so great to hear from all of you also in the Ops Committee. And I'm excited about the opportunity to talk about Uncle Al, as Rep. Tamiko Santos said, and also to have this opportunity to elevate the work that all of you are doing at Southlake High School. I think it's a bit of a hidden gem, and I hope that this allows us to elevate your work more broadly to the public and share what's going on in your community, and also hopefully reach more students that might find a good place for themselves at Southlake that might not heard about it otherwise. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Director Rankin. And I just want to express my gratitude again to you, Dr. Powell, and Representative Tamiko Santos for your support and your work on this. I'm really excited and absolutely supportive. And we will see you back here in a couple weeks as we vote on that at our next regular board meeting. So
Thank
with
you so
that,
much. Yeah.
yes, of course, of course. So with that, I need to call a recess and give folks both a chance to take a brief pause, as well as we will likely be breaking into a closed session. And so I'm waiting for Chief Counsel Narver to give me any indication. If you want to do that verbally here, Chief Narver, that would be helpful.
Yes, this is Greg Narver, Chief Legal Counsel. You can at this point declare the meeting in recess. My understanding is that there was an invite going out from the school board office that I believe just arrived for a closed session at this point to discuss the matter of labor negotiations. But it is for you to declare the meeting in recess as board president.
Thank you, Chief Counsel Narver. With that, I will declare us in recess at 5:46, and we will move to closed session. So directors, if you could please end your participation in this specific call, please join the closed session invitation that you should have received, and I just received it myself, so I know you did as well. And I will see you on that call, but please make sure you're logged off to this call. And for the audience, we will be back after closed session. Thank you.
Here.
Director Harris,
Present.
Director Hersey,
Here.
Director Mack,
Here.
Director Rankin,
Present.
Director Rivera-Smith,
Present, I would like to be recognized for a motion.
So Director Rivera-Smith, I will recognize Director Rivera, excuse me, this is Director DeWolf, and I'll recognize Director Rivera-Smith for a motion.
I would like to make a motion for reconsideration of our previous vote on the transportation standards.
Second.
Thank you for moving this motion, Director Rivera-Smith, and thank you for the second, Director Harris. I will open it up to directors for any final comments or questions, and I'll start with you, Director Rivera-Smith.
Thank you. I think there was a lot we didn't have a chance to talk about, and I think that we definitely have a lot of unanswered questions in this process. I appreciate the work that has been done by staff to get us this far. I think we just need another opportunity to just reflect on this, what's gone into it, the missed opportunities, the people who we still hear we're not, and you know, we're gonna rise and really what it comes down to. And I don't want to leave anyone out of this process, especially I know, you know, our families for this educational justice who are deeply in need of our support and our ears and having that seat at the table. That's who we represent ultimately, all our families as board members. And if we don't feel listened to, they don't feel listened to, and that's going to happen. There's a lot of work being done, and I know that staff has felt a lot of pressure on that, and we want to acknowledge what they have done and how much, blood, sweat, and tears have gone into that. So I don't want us to walk away without having really closed this loop here on this motion before us and figured out, what we need to do to make this happen for families and for our teachers, because this is monumental right now for everybody in their lives. And again, I want to hear more from our directors and staff. Thank you.
President DeWolf, I have a question about procedure at this stage for clarification.
Sure.
So is the motion on the table just a motion to reconsider it, or is it the actual motion? Do we need to take two votes? First, a motion on reconsideration, and then if that passes, then there's another, the motion is brought back and that's debated. Is that correct?
No, I believe, Director Mack, this is Greg Narver, Chief Legal Counsel. This can be one vote. By moving to reconsider, this is basically teeing up the, assuming there's a second, this is teeing up the original motion again for a vote.
Okay, so the original motion is what we are considering here, not whether or not we're reconsidering. Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. And I did hear that Director Harris did second it, so.
Yep, she did.
Okay.
Yes, and I was just going to clarify, a motion for reconsideration is the vehicle under Robert's Rules of Order to bring up a matter that was previously voted on at this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rankin.
Sorry, sorry. Can you come back to me?
Yes, Director Rankin, and if I forget, just remind me. Mr. Mack, if you had anything else to say.
No, I to speaking to the motion that's on the table, in the previous round, I voted in the affirmative and appreciate this being brought back for consideration. I think the unintended consequences of the vote, I don't think that folks maybe realize the impact of what it meant that it would mean starting school on the 2nd and not adopting the bell times and reverting to the old schedule. And so I appreciate I appreciate being brought back. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Mack. Director Hersey.
I have no additional comments or questions at this time.
Thank you. Director Harris.
With extraordinary respect to Director Mack, I think the colleagues did understand what would happen if it was reverted to, and I am distressed that the OPMA does not allow us to talk about what we just talked about in closed session. I think that communication to and from the staff and the board needs to be clearer, needs to be more robust, needs to be more timely. And I think that the staff appreciates that this board fiduciarily duties elected citywide are not expected to be rubber stamped at late dates, and that we need to be more timely and more proactive. I cannot say with enough emphasis that none of my votes ever have been personal, and that I have extreme respect for our staff. Additionally, I think that we need to get our act together for family engagement and communicate what that family engagement needs and what the responses of family engagement means. I am happy to vote in the affirmative on reconsideration so that we have paid PD for our staff and so that we can alleviate some of the anxiety. And previous, several hours ago, our community knows that there are Plan Bs and Cs in place. They just haven't been communicated to you yet, and we're assured that they will be. I asked Superintendent Juneau whether she would comment on this, and she advised no. I hope she reconsiders that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris. Director Hampson.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to be clear that this was not about not supporting PD. I think most of us on this board would provide more if we had the option to waive additional instructional hours, and would give teachers even more time to prepare, staff even more time to prepare. So it is not about that. It's not about necessarily the start times. It is about the lack of family engagement, the lack of and the robust racial equity analysis going into this that puts us in the position of having to make a very concrete decision with very limited information. And so as such, I would like to ask if I can offer an amendment at this time. Chief Legal Counsel Narver, is that appropriate?
Sorry, unmuting there. The president can recognize you to offer an amendment. If it is seconded, then it's on the table for consideration.
This is Director DeWolf. I recognize Director Hampson for a motion.
So my motion would simply state, whereas community engagement is listed as inform and therefore not substantive, nor was family engagement, we have the following qualitative and quantitative data to present under the racial equity analysis.
I'll second it for discussion purposes. Thank you.
I'm sorry, this is Chief Legal Counsel Narver again. So that is an amendment to the bar that is before the board to add language to the racial equity analysis section. Is that correct?
Correct, if that's the appropriate location for it.
Well, no, it's your amendment.
Okay,
It's,
yes, confirming with the whereas that the community, that community engagement was checked as inform and there was no substantive community or family engagement.
we just always want to be clear on what precise amendment is being offered to the bar so that the language that you just quoted would be added into the bar in that section of it. That's correct?
Yes.
Is it possible for staff to bring it up and type it into so we can see it on the screen?
I mean, I can put it in the chat as well. And I'm assuming
Just
there
so
was
that
a racial equity analysis tool completed as well. I just want for the record to state that there was no substantive community or family engagement or extensive racial equity analysis for this particular bar.
Okay, Greg, please advise here because we'd like to start a discussion so I can move on from this item.
Yeah,
So
I'm
do we need to
looking at the bar under the equity analysis section. Just needs to be clear exactly what language is going where in it. I'm looking at my own copy. I don't know. I don't believe it's up on the screen in Teams. Director Hampson, do you have a copy of the bar in front of you to see?
I do. Yep.
Okay. Please indicate where under section 7, equity analysis, you would like that language to read or to go, and maybe repeat it for the record just so it's clear exactly what change would need to be made to the bar if the amendment was adopted.
At the beginning.
Here we go.
And staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's not a completed racial equity analysis, simply what's provided here, correct? With all the links and the data via the links?
So the question is, there was
Yeah,
not.
I'm sorry, this is Tina. This is what I am seeing in the bar. I have pulled up the latest version.
Okay, Dr. Scarlett, please.
I'm sorry, this is Dr. Scarlett, Chief of Equity Partnerships and Engagement. Just to clarify, Director Hampson, about this equity analysis section, you are speaking about that there was no equity analysis done for this bar. Is that the question that you're asking?
No, whether or not the racial equity analysis tool in particular was utilized.
Or specifically for bail times, that's what you're asking about.
For this bar, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
For,
we actually took the equity analysis section from sort of the entire reopening plan, and then I did make some adaptations to share about sort of the ongoing data collection that is really connected to the comments that you made in the work session about, more visible signs of engagement. And although that we did mark at the first tier of informing, which is really one-way communication. It's not necessarily the higher levels of two-way or, deeper levels of focus groups. I did want you to be able to see in this other evidence of how we've had ongoing engagement throughout the reopening process. If you were to look at the engagement groups that we had across the 4 engagement groups, that was a real live in person, over time, 20-hour racial equity analysis process throughout that. So that's why I include that information in there. And then the other additional information as qualitative data of hearing about the priorities of our students and families furthest from educational justice, particularly our Black families.
So here's what I have stated, and I put it in the chat, even though I know we're not supposed to use that. Whereas community engagement is checked as informed, and no substantive family or community engagement was done, nor was a formal racial equity analysis tool completed on start date or bell times, we present the following data for consideration.
Again, Chief Counsel Narver, so the amendment offered is to place that language at the very beginning of Section 7 equity analysis, to amend the bar to add that language. Maybe Director Harris could confirm that since there's been clarity on the motion, that she is seconding that motion.
I am seconding the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Ms. Loffelman, if you could add that just so folks can see that. Director Hampson has moved this. Director Harris has seconded, so I will start with the final comments, questions quickly here from Director Hampson as we move through directors.
And sorry to interrupt just a second. Tina, if you could take down that screen, I'll go ahead and share the amendment language on the screen.
I'm good, thank you.
Done.
Director Hampson, any final comments or questions, Director Harris?
Which one of us? Director Hampson or Harris?
Harris. Director Hampson said she's good and moved on. I'm now to you.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. I think those are good amendments. And again, I hope we move forward. And we've learned a great deal from these conversations to do better in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hersey.
Aye.
Any comments or questions?
Sorry, no questions. I thought we were voting.
Okay, I know. Director Mack.
No questions at this point.
Thank you. Director Rankin.
Nope, I feel like I've said the same thing a lot of times, so I'm good.
That I agree with. Director Rivera-Smith.
No questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I think if we want to just do, Chief Counsel Narver, correct me if I'm wrong, do we need to do a vote on the amendment, then move to the underlying motion?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, so Ms. Wilson-Jones, if you could do roll call on the amendment, that would be great. Thank you.
Director Rivera-Smith.
Aye.
Director Hampson.
Aye.
Director Harris.
Aye.
Director Hersey.
Aye.
Director Mack. Aye. Director Rankin.
Aye.
Director DeWolf.
Aye.
The motion for the amendment passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Director Hampson was the last director to speak, so we can now move to the vote on the underlying motion as amended. Do we need a new motion for that, Greg?
Yes, it should be a motion to approve I guess now that the motion for reconsideration brought it back on the table. Now it's been amended, so now there should be a new motion to approve the bar as amended.
I motion to approve the bar as amended.
Director Harris has moved and Director Rivera-Smith second.
Second.
And Director Rivera-Smith has seconded. So now we can move to the vote on the underlying motion as amended with Director Hampson's additional language that we just voted on. So if we could do roll call vote on the underlying motion as amended, please do that now, Ms. Wilson-Jones.
And just to confirm with Greg, this is the motion for reconsideration on the motion and the underlying motion as amended.
Well, I think the motion for reconsideration is what brought the bar back before the board as an action matter. Now that it's been amended, I think it's properly no longer a motion for reconsideration, but rather a motion to approve this bar as amended.
Thank you. So I will not be calling roll on the original motion
Six.
this time.
Stay.
Director Hampson?
Aye.
Director Harris?
Aye.
Director Hersey?
Aye, and sorry for my dog.
Director Mack?
Aye.
Rankin?
It's International Dog Day. Aye.
Director Rivera Smith?
Aye.
Director DeWolf?
Aye.
This motion has passed unanimously.
Thank you, Chief Counsel Narver, for all of your help there and your flexibility, as well as Ms. Wilson-Jones from our board office for all of your help with this lift. And thank you to the board directors. While we certainly added an hour to our time, I was really grateful to this exercise. We will now move to introduction item number 2. We have remaining, I think it's 11 to go, so I will move to item number 2. Apologies for getting my notes here. This is approval for contract amendment with School Data Solutions for school-based implementation of MTSS Student Data Portal RFP 09615. This came to the Audit and Finance Committee on August 17th for consideration. Chief of Schools and Continuous Improvement, Wyeth Jesse, I believe you will be briefing us.
Thank you, Director DeWolf. Yes, for us, I am here to present our contract. We are in our we would be going into our 3rd full year in using this particular product. It's commonly referred to as homeroom. I think for us, this is one of the critical things that we've used in working with our Schools of Promise. We gave a presentation to the school board in a work session this last spring regarding our work out at those particular 25 schools over the last 3 years, and then 30, we added 37 this last year, and then we're going to now 104 schools. This upcoming school year, the reason I mention that is because central to our work with schools and monitoring their progress towards the goals on their CSIP, which nest underneath the district strategic plan, we do look at a number of data points, and those data points are held in this particular product, homeroom. We have across the span many data points, anywhere from our traditional academic data points that we collect, anywhere from Smarter Balance Assessment interims to the MAP to Honest Pinnell to our missed instructional log, which is a more progressive way of getting ahead so that we don't have to do more district-based discipline, but then also just really about what are the formative assessments teachers are using. So they upload this information, and that's one of the features that we'll be using this next year with homeroom is now that we have to take a pivot and a lot of the traditional assessments that we have used in the past no longer can be applied in a remote learning platform. So then we can use the ones that the board that are adopted by the district that are in the hands of teachers, that they have their assessments integrated in these particular adopted curricula so that we can upload that. It would be the priority standards that are in the playbook that was sent to the board. And then we can monitor progress for our students in addition to the other data points. Those other data points including engagement, attendance, and also for us around any other additional supports that students need. So the real main features about this product that we don't have in other places is their ability to upload curricular-based assessment information, ability to have fluid groups, which is something that we were able to talk to the Audit and Finance Committee last week, and that I sent the Friday memo was specifically like, who are the students, who's getting grouped? Last year we had 4,540 different type of student groups because we can fluidly group students and see where they're at, and that shared data across for all staff. And then already for this upcoming school year, which we have not already started, we have 3,918 student groups. Truly is this part of the transformative work. Research and evaluation, along with us, have put in ability to see how our schools, again, using data, developing procedures to best respond to the needs of students, and adapting their instruction to meet their needs. So with that, we know that, again, that's attached to the bar, that for those schools that use data as part of their, and including the formative pieces, misinstructional log, that has had a significant impact for those students. And again, I presented that to the school board in the spring. Key data points like 8 points higher for our African-American boys for 3rd through grade on the Smarter Balance assessment, for example, compared to same student populations for non-schools of promise here in Seattle. So those are things for us. It is connected to our strategic plan. We really do need the features of this particular product. And in addition to, for us to monitor encasement where we have different fluid grouping of students and their needs, because we know all our students' needs can move fluidly throughout the school year, and just want to make sure that we're responsive to those needs, especially in this particular remote learning platform where we are going to rely on, again, more formative assessments. So with that, I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Chief Jesse. We'll start with our Audit and Finance Committee Chairperson, Director Hampson. And if you could, Director Hampson, just share a little bit with the board why it was for consideration and not approval. Thanks.
There was some additional information that we had asked for with respect to the usage of this tool. And so if Chief Jesse, if you could speak to that, speak to kind of the expectations around the utilization of this, and I'm happy to have either of my fellow committee members remind us as well the things that we felt needed to be attached in terms of the data with respect to the utilization of this, how effective it is, and then what our expectations are during COVID.
Thank you, Director Hampson. Yeah, there was a robust conversation. I really appreciate the questions. Familiarity with this tool, we've presented to previous school boards. This is, we gave a snapshot of what the data looks like, how it groups. Again, there's really neat features because the priority standards that we do hold, it gives a straight visual for our teachers. It gives directly, here's the priority standards, how are your students doing? And you can put it and log it right in, and you can monitor, again, across like a professional learning community at a grade level or a department for us to have the professional learning communities make decisions based on those pieces of information, again, around priority standards and other data points. We always like to think of that as the student's story, strength, and need. The other things were, what are the expectations? So all elementary classroom teachers had to upload Faunus Pinnell this coming school year. As Chief DeBacker and I have been having ongoing conversations of what does it look like for us to put additional information in there. So that would be things like engagement. What are the pieces, who's engaging, completing work? What is it for folks who not just that completing the work, but are we consistently logging in? Are they participating? That information can be literally uploaded into homeroom. And so another feature was, who are the students who are participating or who are targeted using this particular tool? And so again, that was the data that I had quoted earlier. Again, for us, that we already have 3,918 separate student groups created and supported as we come up. And so the things that we were looking forward to this year is really not only having the expectation that, hey, yeah, we're not going to be able to upload Faunus Pinnell, but we are going to have to upload the formative assessments that we have so that we can continue to monitor not just at the school site, but also with central office as we partner with our schools through our learning support teams towards our goals that are listed in the strategic plan. 3rd grade reading, 7th grade math, 9th graders on track to graduate with credits. So those are the pieces that we can have, and we can also split out by our different demographic groups was one of the other questions. And so there will be accountability to upload that data across all our grade levels as we monitor that and any fluid grouping of students based on need of those particular data points. Well, I'm sorry, last point, training. I know that was one of the last things that was mentioned. We do already have constructed videos. Those videos have been put out that will be part of the ongoing training with our school-based staff since that is now not only it was a feature that we had built out prior to COVID-19, but now is a really nice feature since that is what we're relying on to train our staff.
Thank you. Any final comments, Director Hampson?
No, I think, you know, in order for us to continue, I appreciate the additional data for us to continue understanding the efficacy that we'll want to be looking at the extent to which this is demonstrated ability to improve outcomes for students. And what does that look like? It's a difficult time to talk about that because of, you know, we're historically assessment based, and at the same time, I appreciate the idea, and you know, would love to hear in the future again from testimonials from staff who utilize this tool to help themselves in organizing their support for students. But it does seem like it has some potential, but that detail will allow us to continue supporting moving forward. And I'll leave it to the rest of the directors. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris.
Hi there. The reason we put it into consideration is because some of us weren't satisfied with the data that was provided. And Chief Jesse has committed to provide us more specific data, and he has sent on in the Friday memo more specific data, but it is a question to be continued. I think it is a valuable tool. I don't know that it's being utilized as much as it could be or should be. And we also had questions as to whether the directors of schools were using this in their evaluations of principals and separate schools. I am going to vote for this, and I'm going to continue to have conversations with Chief Jesse for more specific data. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hersey.
So my question was going to be about how are we utilizing this data in terms of evaluations at every level. So it looks like that information is forthcoming, so I don't have any additional questions at this point.
Thank you. Director Mack.
Apologies, slow fingers to get to the unmute button. I read through the whole thing and I was trying to see clearly in the motion or in the bar language itself, and I didn't find it until all the way down, and maybe I just missed it. But the clarity around the details on, we're offering this to all of our 104 schools, including our alternative high schools, and this product is going to be available now, not just to the schools of promise, but all of our 104 schools. Am I understanding that correctly?
All 104 schools used this tool last year. And so, but just because you have a tool, kind of like if you allow me a piece of exercise equipment in your house, it's one thing to have it available to you, but it's another thing how to utilize it and to utilize it with consistent habits. And so that's why we had that work with the schools of promise. It wasn't just about they had access to tools like all 104, but it really about how to utilize it and the practices that really better shift our educator practices to meet the needs of our students and also meet the aspects of partnering with families.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Jesse. Director Rankin.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you. Director Rivera-Smith.
Thank you. And thank you, Chief Jesse, for submitting that information for the Friday memo. That was very helpful, but I'm seeing some contradiction in it. You have in there that are SPS teachers required to use homeroom? And you say, yes, all teachers in Seattle schools are required to learn the homeroom platform and upload data in alignment with the district assessment plan. In my notes from our meeting, you said that no, not everyone is required, not everyone's supposed to use it. Only certain people are expected to upload data. So what is it? I'm sure maybe the question was different than I wrote down, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand. Do all teachers are required to use it? Yes?
So that's the, thank you for asking that question, Director Rivera Smith. All elementary educators are supposed to upload the Faunus Pinnell data into it. The usage happens because you have some teacher leaders who lead and print out the reports, and they gather together in the PSC. So we have, if you will allow me, power users across our schools that help bring their colleagues together to review the data. And sometimes they're the ones also the one that upload it. We all know that we rely on other staff in a way to do and carry different loads of work. And with this and this tool and the data, it remains the same. But like I said, though, this upcoming school year, will be required that schools do manage and upload their data as we look at standards-based or the priority standards across all grade levels.
Thank you. Any more questions, Director Rivera-Smith?
Yeah, sorry about that. I thought I was muted. I was talking to myself. You mentioned also at the meeting, committee meeting, that you're working with DOTS to see if we can create an in-house platform. Is there an ETA for when we might see that, or is this contract, refresh my memory, is for how long?
It's an annual contract. That is accurate. So that if we can have an in-house tool that we can put underneath our Atlas platform, that would be something that we'd like. That's based on feedback from educators. Less platforms, the better. So the less things they got to log into, the better. And so this was something that we needed. We had a gap. We had presented that to the board almost 5 years ago. And they were gracious enough to support this work. I think we built out enough to maybe look at putting this in-house. And so knowing that this is a fluid environment and there's been different rising needs, as you know, from our DOTS department, that is one work stream that we are looking at. I'd be happy to come back and of course update the board. I think as Director Harris says, please tell me about this, has a usage and any kind of upgrade or switching to an in-house model. I'd be happy. I will do that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. And I have no questions for you at this time. Moving on to introduction item number 3, contract for the self-insured workers' compensation third-party administration TPA services. This came to the Audit and Finance Committee on August 17th for approval. Chief Human Resources Officer Dr. Clover Codd, I believe you will be briefing us.
Yes, thank you, President DeWolf. So this bar is seeking your approval on a 3-year contract with Corbell Corporation. They have been our third-party administrator for workers' compensation and on-the-job injury since 2012. The 3-year contract would have for a total of $762,000. Is $244,000 for this school year, $259,000 in the next 2 subsequent years, with the opportunity to have 2 one-year extensions approved if over $250,000 by the board. Director Harris, in committee, you had asked about an L&I audit, which we did attach the last audit to this bar so that you could see the results of that, and I will open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Codd. I will start again with our Audit and Finance Committee Chairperson, Director Hampson.
Yeah, that was the primary question that Chief Codd just noted on this item, and I fully support this. So I don't have anything additional beyond that. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Harris.
Thank you, Chief Codd, for adding that information. Much appreciate. And this is appropriate to be sent to a third-party contractor. We don't have the bandwidth, nor do we have the subject matter expertise. It went out for an RFP, so I'm good with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hersey.
No further questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mack.
Yeah, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rankin.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Director Rivera-Smith.
Thank you. This was covered very well in committee. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Yes, and I'll just concur. I really appreciate this information. This was straightforward. I don't have any questions at this time. So now we will move to introduction item number 4, Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction, OSPI, Beginning Educator Support Team, BEST, grant approval. This came to the Audit and Finance Committee on August 17th for consideration. Dr. Codd, I believe you'll be briefing us again.
Yes, so this bar seeks approval to accept the OSPI BEST grant in the amount of $300,000 for the 2021 school year. This grant is non-competitive. It is based on the number of first and second year teachers that we have in the school district. It supports our consulting teacher program, which is part of our PAR, Peer Assistance and Review, and our foundational coursework for beginning teachers as part of our induction and support program. This is a grant that we have received for the last 6 years, and I will open it up to see if you have any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Codd. Again, we'll start with Director Hampson, our Audit and Finance Committee Chair.
No, I don't think we had anything particularly any serious questions about this, and it's a program that we I think need to continue to support.
Thank you. Okay, Director Harris.
No questions. We love taking money from OSPI, especially for reasons like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris. Director Hersey.
No questions from me.
Thank you, Director Mack.
Just for clarification, apologies. Just for clarification, I was curious to know if this is assisting in funding the beginning of the school PD, or is this separate?
This is totally separate. This is separate.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. No other questions, thanks.
Thank you, Director Rankin.
No questions. This is a good thing.
Director Rivera-Smith.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Codd, my only question is, I'm just reading in the bar here that this has been funding we've received for the past 6 years. Does this relate to our STAR, the teacher residency program that we can collaborate with Alliance for Education? Is this connected to that in any way?
This grant is not connected to the Seattle teacher residency. This is connected to what we used to call the STAR program, which is now our PAR consulting teacher program. Those are not connected. No, apologies.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, I have no further questions. So now we'll move to item number 5. This one is amending board policy number 5253, maintaining professional staff / student boundaries. This came to the Audit and Finance Committee on August 17th for consideration. Dr. Codd, I'll turn it over to you again.
Okay, thank you. So in 2019, WASDA changed their model policy, for which we needed to then align our policy 5253, which is maintaining professional staff and student boundaries. Excuse me. Primarily, they took into account the increasing frequency of online social interactions that affect both staff and students. So I wanted to go over a summary of the changes that we made so that we would be more in line with the WASDA model policy. We did clarify in here that the scope of the policy includes staff, volunteers, and contracted service providers. We removed the reference to moral and ethical standards and instead changed the language to be consistent with legal and ethical duty, a duty of care that district employees have for students. Additionally, revised the description that when a district staff may intrude on a student's physical and emotional boundaries, so that it is only allowable when there is a legitimate educational or school business purpose connected to the staff's job or emergency situation. There is language in here about pre-existing relationships between staff and students. And then clarifying language regarding electronic communication to be clear that it is only permissible when it serves a clear, legitimate educational or school business purpose connected to the staff's job. We also further clarified that we prohibit in friending, if you will, on private social media accounts between staff and students. There are public social media accounts for which we know that a staff member would not be able to deny somebody to be on their public page. But in terms of the private, say Facebook, Twitter, all those kinds of accounts that are a little bit more private communication, those would be prohibited in this policy. We did do quite a bit of community engagement and engagement really more around the consultant involved. We worked with risk management, legal counsel, athletics, student support services, obviously HR and labor employee relations, and the 2019 Title IX task force, which did have 3 students on there. We do have the WASDA model procedures attached here to show you that this is what we would write in terms of a procedure once this policy is approved. Policy 5253 in its current state does not have a procedure attached to it. There is no procedure currently. And so we will be writing this procedure from scratch, obviously using the WASDA model procedure. But with that, I will open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll again start with our Audit and Finance Committee Chairperson, Director Hampson.
Yes, so I have an enormous amount of gratitude to Chief Codd for getting this forward at this time. This is something that there's been a level of engagement over the course of I guess around a full year around particular areas that pertain to this, and the timing couldn't be more apt in terms of what we're about to head into, which is why I think it's important that we approve this now, even without procedures. Though we do need to make sure that those procedures are forthcoming and that the board has the opportunity immediately to review them, because how this is put into practice will be critical in the coming years, and in the coming months. And I believe we're going to need to revisit it because it really is quite new territory. There's things we can't imagine, we can't foresee now, given the environment in which we're headed. But there is clarity here that I think is just so critical at this moment, heading into the remote environments. And so I assume, or I shouldn't say assume, I hope and believe there will be lots of feedback and questions about it, and we'll have opportunities to clarify in procedure, and then I think it'll be one that we'll want to look at again in a year's time. But I do believe for the sake of our students that we get good policy in place now on this, and communication out to staff about this, because it is really important going into this remote learning environment. And we talked about that extensively in our session, and I know Director Harris will have and Director Rivera-Smith will have significant comments as well.
Thank you, Director Hampson. Director Harris.
Again, huge thanks and gratitude to Chief Codd and the rest of the folks, legal and risk management, that worked on this. I am concerned about the superintendent procedures that go with this, and also want to see us work with our labor partners on this for any unintended consequences.
Yes.
I agree that this is long past due, and social media is changing as we speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Director Hersey.
No questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mack.
Yes, I appreciate the desire to move quickly and that the procedures are not yet written. And the devil is in the details. As I was reviewing this, I have some specific questions around concern that potentially some things that are existing in policy now are being removed and that they may not live somewhere else as strongly as they need to. The red line part of the policy, there's a couple paragraphs that are taken off on page 2 of 4. And one line that I wonder whether or not we actually need to be continuing to make this level of statement that intimate relationships between school personnel, contracted service employees, volunteers, and students are prohibited. And whether or not, while I recognize that the WASDA model suggests that staff members will notify and discuss issues with their building administrator, whether or not that is sufficient to meeting mandatory reporting requirements. The issues around inappropriate behavior can be hidden for a long time. And I'm a little concerned that this policy may be taking out some of the statements that perhaps need to be in here, or do our other policies cover it sufficiently that, mandatory reporting is required? And, maybe it still needs to be stated very clearly that intimate relationships are unacceptable. And I don't know if that's a question for Mr. Boy or if he's even on the line, or whoever's the legal that was working on this. But I have a little bit of concern that some of the language that's there is being taken out. And I agree that what's being put in makes sense. But the other specific question related to those couple things is why moral as a legal term being taken out instead of legal. Those are two different things. And so I'm curious about why.
Director Mack, this is Greg Narver, Chief Legal Counsel. This is something that Ronald Boy was working on. He's not on the call right now, but I'd be happy to alert him to your concerns, and maybe he can touch base with you about this.
Yeah, I think I do feel strongly, like Director Hampson, that we need to get this in place. I mean, I do think that the edits need to be made. Before we do, I want to double check that we're not taking out language that we should be leaving in there that removes responsibility. So we can do that offline and in the interim, but before action, if I can kind of get that crosswalk kind of question answered, that would be fine with me. Yeah.
Thank you,
Director. And share it with the full board, is whatever that is. So yes, I'd be happy to do that before action.
Thank you, Director Mack. Director Rankin.
Thank you. Yeah. Sorry. Cat just clawed me. I am wondering about the relationship of this with some of the other policies like restraint and isolation.
Right.
Especially where it says physical and emotional boundaries. Just how, just that we're aware that that I guess those policies don't that they support each other as opposed to oppose each other. And then that the same issues that exist in some of those other policies we're looking at are here, which is about, and I know it's to come in procedure probably, but the necessity of reliance upon different individuals' judgments that may or may not be. I mean, that's just an issue that we have in general is where we rely on personal judgment as to what's appropriate or an emergency. So I guess I'm just sort of noticing those words. That's not really a question. That's just a potential issue, I guess, to look at between now and when it comes back.
If I could suggest, Director DeWolf, President DeWolf, and based on Liza's questions about kind of the crosswalk with the other policies, that those are some of the similar questions that I have. So I'd be happy to have a meeting set up and we can have those conversations, hopefully in the interim, just to get those answered.
Yep, the clock will start today, and we can do that work between now and action for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Director Rivera-Smith. You may be on mute, Director Rivera-Smith.
Yeah, sorry. Every time someone comments, it pops up over my mute button, so I can't unmute myself. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, I won't take up more time. All of that was definitely part of the conversations, and we need to keep talking about that. Thank you, Chief Codd, for sending in the extra information to me about the Title IX engagement. That I appreciate that, and I look forward to discussing this again in a couple weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, and I have no questions at this time, and I look forward to connecting with directors in the interim. So next we'll move to item number 6, approval of contract with Schoology for renewal of the district's enterprise subscription of their learning management system, LMS, for school years 2020 through 2021 and 2021 through 2022. This purchase includes the platform and support services. This came through the Audit and Finance Committee on August 17th for approval. Chief Financial Officer Jolynn Berge, I believe you'll be briefing us.
I would. Good evening. So this is asking for approval of the contract with Schoology, which is our learning management platform that allows teachers to post materials and curriculum and students to access that. This is the renewal for 2 years for school years 2021 and 21-22. And with that, I would conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Chief Berge. We'll start with our Audit and Finance Committee Chairperson, Director Hampson.
Yes, critical for the coming year, and not a lot to add to what Chief Berge said, but I definitely support continuing with the current platform that we have. I know that there are competing platforms, and that at some time in the future we would consider others, but this would not be a good time to switch. So I fully support. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris.
Well, we're kind of backed into a corner to use Schoology, and I would like to see us within the next 3 years take a hard look and do RFPs for other platforms. Thank you.
Director Hersey.
No additional questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Yeah, hi. Just for clarity, I thought I read somewhere, but maybe I missed it, that younger grades are using the Clever platform or a different platform as well. Is this the only platform that we're going to be using? Do you have something else that we're using?
We'll be using something similar for grades K through 5, Seesaw.
Okay, so Seesaw, and Seesaw is similar to Schoology. So grades 6 through 12 will be using Schoology and Seesaw for K-5.
Yes, that would be the general statement. Our teachers had been trying out Seesaw, during the first couple months of the pandemic, and there was a lot of good support for that by both parents and teachers. So Seesaw has been purchased for the district, and then Schoology would be the main platform that we use. So most elementary schools were also using Schoology.
But Seesaw, did we approve Seesaw, or that's something that was?
It was under 200. No, it was under $250,000.
Oh, okay. Well, so we're approving this because it's over. This is expected to be the main one, but Seesaw is going to be available as well to all K-5.
Yep.
Okay,
Well, yes.
thanks for the clarity.
Thank you, Director Rankin.
No, I don't have questions, but just wanted to add to Director Mack's question that while Seesaw was under 250,000, so it didn't come before the full board, that there were discussions, I think, in CNI or maybe related to ITAC that was a good platform for the younger students. So I just wanted to put that out there to make sure that people don't think that was something that was done without our knowledge.
Thank you. Director Smith.
No further questions. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Chief Berge. I just want to reiterate too that I talked to elementary school teachers and some teachers in my district about Seesaw, and they were advocating for it. So I'm really grateful to hear that we're utilizing that platform. We can now move to item number 7, which is approval of the contract to support the Open Doors Youth Reengagement Program for the 2020 through 2021 school year. Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Dan DeBacker, you will be briefing us today.
Yes, thank you very much, President DeWolf. This is Diane DeBacker, Chief Academic Officer. The item that is before you today is for a renewal of the Open Doors contract. That is a contract that we have had with Seattle Central Colleges since 2016. And this is a statewide program where they offer opportunities for students who are in jeopardy of dropping out of school and needing to have another option. And so with this option, they are allowed to go to Seattle Central College and pursue their GED. As you've seen in the bar, we've had over 100 students each year who choose this option. And in normal years, not in the COVID year, but in most years, we have about 60% of our students who have enrolled in Open Doors, they do attain their GED. So this is for us to continue with that. There is no cost to the district for this. We are reimbursed by the state, paid per FTE, and so that's how it's paid for. I will stand for any questions at this time.
Thank you, Chief DeBacker. We will move to our CNI committee chairperson, which is Director Rankin.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I don't have any questions. We did discuss this in committee, and I can't remember any pressing concerns. Basically agreed that any opportunity for students to reengage and complete high school is good, and this is something that we've had in the past. It's not a new item, and I think pretty straightforward.
Okay, we'll move next to Director Rivera Smith.
Yeah, no, we had a good conversation about this one. I have in my notes that Caleb Perkins said he would get information about the demographics, I believe, of the instructors in this program.
Yes, Director Rivera Smith, we did say that we would get that. We do not have that right now, but we will have it for you when it's for action.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, no other questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Director Mack.
My question is about whether or not there's an age limit on this. So is any student who's of high school age that is in Seattle is it entitled to Seattle Public Schools? Is there an age limit that if they're 19 they cannot access this, or how does that work?
Yeah, Diane DeBacker again. The age limit is students age 16 to 21. They must be, if they're enrolled in a Seattle public school, they will need to withdraw, and then they can enroll in Open Doors. If they move into the Seattle district and want to enroll in Open Doors, we have to go through some procedures to make sure that they are disenrolled in their previous district before we can put them in. But they can stay in and enroll, and as long as they're active, attending, etc., they can stay until the age of 21.
That's fabulous. I think this is awesome. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. Director Hersey.
Nope, we discussed this extensively. No additional questions from me.
Thank you. Director Harris.
Couldn't be more supportive and more supportive of our various partnerships with the Seattle colleges and Dr. Sheila Edwards-Lang. I would ask, however, that we make sure that we have an easy to find tab or link on our website that makes this clearer to young people that are looking for options. Thank you.
Great comment, Director Harris. Director Hampson.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And I don't have any questions, but just thank you so much for bringing this forward. I'm so excited to support this, and I look forward to voting on this at our next meeting. Introduction item number 8 is BEX 5, Resolution 2020/21-5, Racial Imbalance Analysis for Kimball Elementary School Replacement Project. This came to the Operations Committee on August 13th for approval. Mr. Podesta, I believe you will be briefing us.
Yes, thank you. This Chief Operations Officer Fred Podesta. The replacing Kimball Elementary was a project that is part of the BEX 5 levy. The school building is in poor condition and has capacity issues with 12 portable buildings on site. While the project is largely levy funded, there are also state funds in the project, and part of the state funding requirement is for the district to do an analysis to determine if the proceeding with the project will lead to any exacerbate any racial imbalance which may occur at the school. The parameters for defining racial imbalance are defined in the Washington Administrative Code, and the attendance, enrollment of the school, and the demographics were analyzed for an 8-year period for the 3 parameters that are part of the code, and the school was found to not meet the threshold for racial imbalance in 8 of the 8 years for 2 of the parameters and 7 of the 8 years for another. And so the staff recommends the board adopting a resolution asserting that this project does not exacerbate any racial imbalance enrollment issues at the building. And with that, I will conclude my comments.
Thank you, Chief Podesta. Appreciate you. So we will start with our Operations Committee Chairperson, Director Mack.
Yes, thank you for that overview. Opening up the bar right now, what we discussed in committee, we did move it forward for approval with, I think, a couple of clarifications we requested, and I'm looking up, and it's in there. So we wanted to clarify, just so folks know, that right now this school is operating with 12 portables, and their current student body from last year was 435. The school is being built to 500, so it's an appropriate and a massive improvement for 12 portables versus actual school. So thank you for adding that information in there, and that the analysis is very complete here on this, on the whether or not it would exacerbate racial imbalance. And that's all I have to say. So thank you for that, and look for questions.
Thank you. Okay, Director Hampson.
No questions for me, thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you, Director Hersey.
None for me, thank you.
Thank you, Director Rankin.
Nope.
Thank you, Director Rivera.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And if folks could please just mute your phones if you're not talking, that'd be great. And this is Director DeWolf. I don't have any questions for you at this time. Thank you, Chief Podesta. Next item is introduction item number 9, BEX 5, approval of the value engineering report for the Kimball Elementary School replacement project. This came through the Operations Committee on August 13th for approval. Mr. Podesta, I'll turn it over to you for briefing on this item as well.
Yes, again, this is another aspect of the Kimball replacement project and relating to that same state funding. The district is required to undergo a value engineering process wherein we hire an independent engineering consultant to review our design and look for opportunities to add value to the project, typically cost-saving measures, sometimes alternate designs or configurations. That work was completed and reviewed by the design and project team, and about half of the recommendations were accepted, which will lead to a construction savings of more than $150,000. And we can also continue with the state process that secures the funding, asserting that we've completed this engineering. And I'll open it up for questions at this time.
Thank you, Chief Podesta. We'll start with Director Mack, our Operations Committee Chairperson.
Yes, thank you. Robust conversation in committee, and this process is important to both have a quality product as well as cost savings. So it's very in-depth, and appreciate moving this forward.
Thank you. Director Hampson.
No questions for me, thank you.
Thank you. Director Harris.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Director B.
None for me, thank you.
Thank you. Director Rankin.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Director Vera-Smith.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I have no questions for you at this time. Thank you, Chief Podesta, and thank you for your work on this Operations Committee. We'll now move to introduction item number 10, Distress Schools Grant Award Construction Contract P5121 for bid number B062087 to Western Ventures Construction for the Co-Elementary School Addition Project. This came to the Operations Committee on August 13th for approval. And Mr. Podesta, I'll give it back to you.
This authorizes a construction contract for an addition to Co-Elementary, a new third-story, 6-classroom addition that would have office space and security improvements. The procurement process where the contracts were competitively bid, and we've identified a successful bidder and would like to award the contract for roughly $5 million to construct that addition and address the overcapacity issues at Co-Elementary. And I'll open it up for questions at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Podesta. We'll start with Director Mack, who is our Operations Committee Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I am not sure which number along in this project we are in terms of board actions, because we've already moved through a number of them. Recently, the question about whether or not capacity is needed at this school and whether or not it's needed in that region, we discussed that to some degree in Operations Committee, and there's some information in the bar I just want to bring attention to of that the capacity for the building is 418 students, and right now there's 553 there. So it is overcrowded, and the analysis that was done by our capacity management and enrollment around the entire region was that this capacity is still needed for the region. Therefore, we moved it forward for a recommendation of approval to continue moving the project forward. And with that, happy to have any questions or discussion.
Thank you, Director Mack. Okay, we'll start with Director Hampton.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris.
Chief Podesta, did you see the public testimony from Mr. Jackins on this issue? And do you have any comments regarding same?
I did. The contractor at the time of the fire at the old coal building was construction, not Western Ventures, who is going to be awarded this contract if it's approved by the board.
Appreciate it. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Director Harris. Director Hersey.
None for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rankin.
No, just reemphasize what Director Mack said, which is I had asked about capacity for the region as a whole because we've got an option school very nearby that's currently under enrolled. Yeah, it's determined that capacity is needed regardless.
Thank you, Director Harris.
No, I appreciate the information on enrollment and capacity. No other questions.
Thank you. And I have no questions at this time as well. Chief Podesta, thank you, and thank you. So we'll now move to introduction item number 11, BTA 4/BEX 5, award architectural and engineering contract P1761 to TK1SC for the Gatewood Elementary School exterior door replacements and HVAC upgrades project. This came to the Operations Committee on August 13th for approval. Mr. Podesta, I will turn it back to you for another brief on this item.
And again, this awards the architecture and engineering portion of this project, which is to replace all the exterior doors at Gatewood Elementary, as well as the heat pumps and associated piping. Again, this is a building condition project to improve building systems, partially funded by BTA 4 and partially by BEX 5. This part will allow us to begin the design and engineering to complete the work. And I'll be glad to take any questions people have.
Thank you, Chief Podesta. We'll start again with Director Mack, our Operations Committee Chair.
Yeah, this is a project that has been needed for a long time. HVAC upgrades are desperately needed for the school as well as the doors. So grateful that it's moving forward, or it can move forward, hopefully with the board's approval. And yes, Gatewood is in West Seattle, not too far from Rox Hill, on the west side of West Seattle. And with that, any other questions?
Thank you, Director Mack. We will move to Director Hampson.
No questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris.
District 6, thank you. Happy to see this happen.
Yes, thank you, Director Hersey.
None for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rankin.
Nope.
Thank you, Director Rivera-Smith.
Yeah, I think we can all appreciate some good HVAC upgrades at our schools right now, especially as we're looking forward to what may happen with our schools. Thank you for the work on this, Chief Podesta. No questions.
Thank you, and I have no questions on this item at this time. Thank you, Chief Podesta and Director Mack. We'll now move to introduction item number 12, BEX 5, award architectural and engineering contract P1762 to building work for the Louisa Boren STEM K-8 school HVAC upgrades project. This came to the Operations Committee on August 13th for approval. Mr. Podesta, back to you again.
Again, in a similar vein, this will replace original boiler and two newer, still old, but newer condensing boilers at Boren K-8 school. This part of the project is the engineering and architecture work required to plan the replacement of that HVAC equipment at the school. And I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief Podesta. We'll start again with Director Mack, our Operations Committee Chair.
Nothing meaningful to add other than it's important, critical work to do.
Thank you. We'll start with Director Rivera-Smith this time.
Thank you. No, I think we're good. All this work is appreciated. No questions.
Thank you, Director Rankin.
Not for me.
Thank you, Director Hersey.
None for me.
Thank you, Director Harris.
Huge thanks on this. 3 short years ago when then the Associate Superintendent Flip Herndon and Mr. Best addressed the Louisa Boren pre-K through 8 community. They were shouted down, and this has been very, very high on their list since they started this school, and hugely appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hampson.
Yay for more HVAC upgrades. Thank you.
Thank you, and I have no questions for you on this item. Thank you so much, Chief Podesta. Next, we'll move to introduction item number 13, BTA 4/BEX4, final acceptance of contract K5086 with Cornerstone General Contractors, Inc. for the Ingram High School addition project. This came to the Operations Committee on August 13th for approval. Mr. Podesta, back to you one more time.
Can I ask that you combine 13 and 14, just for ease of presentation? They're both final acceptances. Would that be okay?
Yeah, let me just introduce item number 14 then. Item number 14 is BTA 4, final acceptance of contract K5098 with King County Directors Association and Musco Sports Lighting LLC for the athletic field lights at Ballard High School project. This came to the Operations Committee on August 13th for approval. Mr. Podesta, if you wouldn't mind briefing us on items 13 and 14, and I'll turn it over to Director Mack after you.
Certainly. Final acceptance is the last stage of our public works projects where we either release a bond or otherwise close out a contract and accept the work of the contractor. In this case, in item 13, it seems like a lifetime ago, but last fall, you'll recall we opened a beautiful new addition to Ingram High School that had 18 classrooms and science labs and a maker space, and increased the capacity of the school by 500 students, and was a beautiful new space, and the work was done well, and we're been able to close out the contract relatively quickly. As these things go, and this is again the final milestone where we're accepting the work and calling this done once and for all. And the intro item 14 is similar. It's a final acceptance on a project, and this is for athletic field lighting at Ballard High School. And
Thank you, Chief Podesta. I'll turn it over to Director Mack one final time as our Operations Committee Chair.
The final acceptance is always a celebration. So thank you for doing all the work and closing out the project, and yay.
Thank you. Okay, we'll start then next with Director Hampson.
Congratulations and thank you. Good job.
Thank you. Director Harris.
Big congrats. Thanks.
Director Hersey.
Huge congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rankin.
Yay, final acceptance. That's it.
Thank you. Director Rivera-Smith.
Yes, huge celebration. Director Mack, I actually bought some poppers for you, but I got to get them to you so you have them for these moments. They'll be in the mail. No further questions.
I have some behind me, but I don't want to make a mess in my dining room.
Thank you. And I have no questions or comments other than just to say thank you and congratulations on this work.
Thank you all for the good wishes. I'll pass it on to the Capitol folks.
Please do. So directors, I wanted to just offer, this is the portion where we have board comments. It is 8:02, we're an hour past when we were scheduled to go. If you're interested, I'd love to open it up to the remaining directors that didn't speak. I'll start with directors just alphabetical order, and let me know if you want to make a comment or if you're okay with us adjourning, and I'll go from there. So Director Hampson.
Thank you for the opportunity. I would just state for the record, I'm sure that our community has whiplash right now, and I will acknowledge that is a difficult place to sit in, but that we are all available by phone, by email to provide clarity, and further engage about where we stand now and what work we still have to do to get to that starting date, which is now September 4th. And we do hear your concerns. I just want to say, I heard every single person that spoke during the public testimony, and I heard a level of frustration and pain in your voice that I feel like is it truly unprecedented for unprecedented times. But I do believe that we owe it to each and every one of you to acknowledge that we do hear you and that we know we can do much better and we have to do better. And that I do still, in fact, see this as an incredible opportunity, and we'll keep pushing to get us there. So I look forward to speaking with any of you that are still listening offline and online, and continuing to move things forward. Pinikiki, thank you.
Thank you, Director Hampson. Director Harris.
It's hard to follow such an eloquent colleague, and I agree with everything she said. And in addition to that, all the folks that have been emailing us and the big school board address, I want to give huge shout out and props to the special ed Seattle PTSA group that's been doing such great webinars and are going to upload them to their website. I look forward to hearing more information about our special needs students and where they'll be located and how we're going to do the extraordinarily heavy lift. And again, I'm beyond excited that Tara has accepted the challenge from principal at Rocks Hill at EC Hughes to special education director. And devil's in the details, but we do hear you. Whether or not you get an email back is another issue because of the sheer quantity. And I have to say that I am beyond impressed with the level of caring and hard work that this school board is doing. And we appreciate your anxiety. And if you've got constructive ideas or out of the box ideas, please let us hear those. And to our staff, it's been a long, hot spring and summer. Thank you for working so hard, and thank you so very much to the bargaining teams. Could not be more grateful. I will set up a Zoom meeting for September and put it on the board webpage and distribute that via social media as well. Again, thanks so very much.
Thank you, Director Harris. Director Mack.
After 4 hours of meetings, it's hard to pull my thoughts together. What would be meaningful, or actually think I'm going to sound even remotely eloquent at this point. I second and appreciate both Director Hampson and Director Harris's comments and thoughts, and Director Hersey's previously. I appreciate you calling out the engagement with the PTA leaders in your district, and we'll pass on that to folks that I know that might want to be engaged. And the public comment that we had today, really appreciate people taking the time to share those thoughts. And like my colleagues, we do hear you. There's a lot of unknowns. We can do better. You know, I believe that we have a commitment to do the best that we can in difficult environment. And I look forward to continuing to collaborate with the board and with staff moving forward on opening school on the 4th. Super exciting in a completely different environment. With so many things to get done between now and then. So recognize that we're all under a lot of stress. It's a difficult time. And so I do appreciate everyone that's sticking with it, and that we're trying to row in the same direction here to support our students and families in all of Seattle. Wanted to just also call out that I do appreciate the person who came and talked about the lehigh.org housing developments, because it's helpful for us to know that we need to be considering those in relation to capacity enrollment planning. So I put a little tick mark here that to circle back, and if Mr. Podesta is on the line and listening, that question of whether or not those housing developments and potential increase in enrollment might or might not be on our radar. I just wanted to make sure that didn't get lost in all of the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Mack. Director Rankin.
Thanks everybody for sticking through. For those of you that did, whatever this this meeting. I wanted to also comment on some of the public testimony, and I think it was Balvina Cortez. I may have misread or be misremembering the list of names, but I was really struck by something she said, which is that she feels like she's failing her community and families, and that's pretty heartbreaking. You know, nobody has the answers, and nobody's doing it right, and I think anybody that says they have it all figured out and have no concerns is not being super honest. So I guess I just wanted to say to Ms. Cortez and to anybody else that might feel like they don't, you know, that nobody's letting anybody down at this point if we're all just doing the best that we can. And there's a lot of unknowns, but we'll just keep, you know, putting one foot in front of the other and getting to the next thing. And I also wanted to mention that, you know, the somewhat maybe confusing vote, especially for people that weren't listening, that may be hearing that we didn't pass and then we did pass. I want to be really clear that that whole process was really out of the strong commitment that we all have to our communities and how seriously we take this job. Or as somebody told me, you know, my my volunteer hobby sucks, which is like, yep. But we're all very, very, very committed and take very seriously our obligation as elected officials, as the oversight body of the school district, and to our families and communities. And so it wasn't in any way out of, you know, it wasn't a rejection of the tentative agreement. And it wasn't to, you know, disparage or deny the great amount of work that went into all of that. It was really just a frustration and wanting to feel like we were doing the right thing for all of our communities. So I'm happy that we reached the ability to move forward. And for the people on the public testimony list and other folks, just know that we're trying every day for all of us to represent you the best that we can and make sure that voices are heard, and we'll just keep chugging along.
Thank you, Director Rankin. Excuse me, Director Rivera-Smith, you're the last director. You'll close us out, and then we'll adjourn. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. Well, I think my fellow directors have done a lot of good, made great comments addressing our public speakers and our families. I want to speak, I guess, to our staff, because I know this has been really rough, and I know that the appreciations and the affirmations have been really few and far between. And all your hard work and has perhaps felt thankless, and sometimes you may not feel heard. And as board members, you know, we definitely know how that feels, as evident today. And I'm so sorry that if any of this has perpetuated the harm back onto you, as the clock has ticked very quickly away through the summer and spring, and we have all felt the pressure to get it right and get it right now. And it's been really easy to overlook the damage that we do, not just to our efforts, but to each other when we lose sight of the big picture. And I'm sure it's debatable what the big picture is. But I believe that we are all partners in this profound and impactful work. That to me is the big picture. And because of that, we will rise together or we will fall together as a district and communities, and most significantly our students. So I want you to know that I admire, I appreciate, I acknowledge you. And I mean, I guess all I can say is for myself, I dedicate myself to discovering more ways that together we can in fact rise to our challenges, to our opportunities, and rise above the temptation to tear each other or our work down. I'm just one of 7, so I can only speak for myself, but all of you, including fellow board members, have taught me so much about what it means to do the work that centers students. And I thank you, all of you, Chief Scarlett, Jesse, DeBacker, Podesta, I hope I don't forget somebody, Chief Codd, Chief Berge, Campbell, Narver, Williams, new Chief Cox. Thank you for modeling the grace in the work that you do, and Superintendent Juneau, I can't forget you, and all of you. Thank you so much for sticking with us and showing us what it means to be hard workers and to be team players. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rivera-Smith. Before we adjourn, is there anybody that can help clarify the next steps as far as the TA that was reached with Seattle Education Association today? Do you have a sense of what we should expect as a board from here on out, or kind of a timeline?
I think both Chief Berge and Codd are off, but I'm sure that they will comb through the MOA or the TA on the MOA and pull out the highlights. And I know you all have a closed session to go through that tomorrow. And so I'm sure those are probably the next steps, or what are the high level instances and then what happens after that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Superintendent Juneau. And we do have a close. Director Harris, yes.
Thank you. I recall President Matter saying that they will have a vote this weekend at a time to be determined from their RA.
Correct. Yep. And I know we'll likely discuss more of this in 12 hours when we're back in closed session. So I look forward to seeing you directors bright and early tomorrow morning. There being no further business to come before the board on this regular board meeting agenda, this meeting is now adjourned at 8:16 p.m. on Wednesday, August 26, 2020. Thank you all, and please have a great and safe and healthy night.